Am I live? Are we actually live? Did it really happen? Oh my goodness. Am I live? Thank you for your patience. This, by the way, if this doesn't say everything there is to say about where my head is at and my cognitive function, because I used to be good with computers, and third try's a charm, right? Apologies to everybody. Let me profusely apologize to the audience. Welcome. I'll hang out for a minute while everybody rolls in. But as you may notice, folks, you can now hear me, or you should be able to now hear me, even though my mic is muted and it says scheduled up there, because I'm not streaming through StreamYard, but I'm the one that screwed all that up. I forgot that in order to monetize, they made me enable two-factor authentication, which meant I had to go in the OBS and connect my account, yet again. So there's always that, folks. Now they're scared to join. They're like, there's a few people here. Cool. And as y'all may see, we are now monetized. Now you might, I know the folks are waiting to just shower me with riches, but I don't really know. I got about $25 in donos this morning. So I don't really know if I'm actually going to be able to get the money from YouTube. It's going to be based on what they expect from me, at the level of what sort of paperwork do they want. So anyway, but feel free to break bread if you're interested in that. Shout out to the chat. And I promise that everything is working now. I promise. Well, let's just double check. We'll make double sure. And I promise that everything is working now. I promise. Mic check. Let's just double check. Mic check. See, yep, now it works even when I'm muted. Perfect. And I found this old hard drive of mine, so I've got some things I'd like to play for you fine folks. Let's go to TBE first. Some of you may have not have heard this before. Now there was a video to this, but for some reason when I found this file on one of my old hard drives, what ended up happening our good buddy TBE, he made a video lampooning yours truly a couple of years back, and when I went to open the file, the video, for some reason, I guess it got corrupted, and I have no interest in trying to figure out how to repair it, so let's just listen if we could. Now where did I put this? Oh yeah, downloads. No, Benton live stream. Audio. This is what I mean about the what's under video. Actually, we'll go to this one he made about Croco. Let's do that first. And I'll have to share the screen because this actually has video. And this is why I like to save a lot of things, folks. This is why. Is that what we're sharing? Bear with me. I'm not doing so great this morning with the old cognition. Okay, almost there. It's been a while since I've been on the OBS, so bear with me if you would. Everything needs to figure out what window to be on. All right. Bam. Done scared everybody off.
It's Friday night. TBE and Croco is going live.
Yes.
Another thrilling Friday. Twitter links, intense web scrutiny. Bringing the pain once again. You know, Jim, I'd like to see David Croco we saw the other night.
That's dang.
Going after the chat,
That's dang.
staying in the pocket, reading every comment, reacting, muting. This is the David Croco he's always wanted to be.
Indeed,
Will
Roy.
David Croco fold? Will his 8D premise make a showing? Tune in tonight to Croco Live.
No, I'm not
There's
gonna
me.
stop reading the chat. You really don't run anything here, so let's not, try to act like you do or tell me to calm down or stupid shit.
Oh,
It's Friday.
I love that. Fantastic. So let's go to this one. This is audio only, so we can just go ahead and play it open. It's going to be really loud, so hang on. How do I do this? I used to know how to do all this. How do I figure out how to go to OBS and turn down the desktop audio? That's what we need to do. Because I remember this is extremely loud. I don't want to blow y'all's ears out. Okay. No audio? Is there no audio? God damn it. Can you hear it now? Fuck, why do I gotta spend all morning troubleshooting? I don't, what the fuck?
People, by the way, you can't convince masses. You can't convince masses.
Oh my, all you got to do is get the people. Get the people, okay? Get the people.
The only thing that can be done
Thank
is
you.
get the people. The only thing that can be done is get the people. By the way, you can't convince.
All right, I know what the problem is. Oh, you could hear it, but it's quiet? What the fuck, dude? I swear I used to know how to use computers. It's not really looking that way anymore, is it? Anything or quiet? Fuck, why I didn't just troubleshoot all this myself before I started, I have no idea. Oh my God. I guess I need a producer moose.
Oh, hold up, man. Let me talk to you real quick, Mr. Nightmare Dystopia. Tony Hawk Music. This is Tony Hawk Music. This is...
We don't have the right cables. I didn't bring another audio cable. Fuck. Dude, spent an hour, I spent an hour getting all this ready.
No audio?
Fuck. And yeah, I don't have an audio cable. Well, maybe we do. I thought maybe I brought an extra one, but it's not the right kind, but maybe it'll work. Sorry, guys. I apologize. This is just, there's really no excuse for this, ultimately. I mean, if you think about it. Very disappointing. Now, what does this plug into? Oh, yeah, I don't have the right shit. I don't have the right shit, do I? So, when I played the video, could you hear it? My God. What a freaking nightmare. This is terrible. There's really no reason this shouldn't work. Motherfucker. The video had sound, okay. Doesn't make any sense. You should be able to hear everything I'm doing on my PC. Motherfucker. Okay, I got another idea. Thank you all for your patience. It's quite demoralizing, I must say. It's quite demoralizing. Thought I knew what I was doing. Man.
Oh, hold on, man. Let me talk to you real quick, Mr. Nightmare Dystopia. Tony Hawk Music. This is Tony Hawk Music. This is shorts and bowl cuts, bro. This is back when life was good for Benton. It was bowl cuts and jorts.
What's happening? Benton here.
I am an FBI agent!
NightmareDystopia.com. This is pirate radio for the zombie apocalypse. Thank you so much for joining me. Sorry if it's too fucking loud. Saturday, August 14th, 2021. This is episode 45.
But this is hell, and it's a nightmare dystopia. Why are we creating a nightmare dystopia? That's what I'm trying to figure out. And at this time, I more or less just believe that that's what this life. Now, obviously, it's a spiritual
problem.
But in
problem
the context
exists
of spiritual
between
war, it seems to me like,
keyboard and chair.
The main lesson I'm supposed to learn is, hey, dummy, you're creating a nightmare dystopia at a spiritual level. Why don't you just knock it the fuck off? And then that's the whole test. So, like now, can I just die and go somewhere else? Please, but I'm not going to kill myself. Pretty please with sugar on top. Can I just go to whatever the next test is? If that is the test, and I finally, how many times have I come back here? How many times has my spirit been in this level of hell? Maybe this is the actual test, and I've figured it out, okay? I think we're brainwashed to think, oh, you figured out that it's a nightmare dystopia, and now it's your job to go fix it. There ain't no fixing a spiritual dystopia. You can't fix a nightmare dystopia. It's not possible.
You act like a little bitch right now.
You're not going to reform the system. The only thing that can be done is get the people. By the way, you can't convince masses. You can't convince masses.
Oh my. All you got to do is get the people. Get the people. Okay? Get the people.
The only thing that can be done is get the people. The only thing that can be done is get the people. By the way, you can't convince masses. You can't convince masses of people that, hey, we're actually all making this thing, and if we just knock it the fuck off, it'll just go away. You're not going to be able to convince people of that. That's it. I figured it out. I'm pretty sure that's the test. That's the main test anyway. And can I pretty please with sugar on top? Just get the fuck out of here. Thank you.
Whoa, man, that's some killer stuff there, boomer. Fucking soy cuck, libtard. I'm just gonna quit. I don't do nothing. I'm gonna be a fucking fed forever until these people are just fucking kiss their ass goodbye. I'm a winner, chicken dinner.
Oh man. It's his only saving grace. That's Toilet Bowl Earth. He's fucking hilarious. That's his only saving grace. All right. What do we got next? How about some classic Davy Croco? What do you think?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Some classic Croco.
Davy Croco. Welcome back to the channel. Hey, what's up, guys? Davy Croco. Welcome back to the channel. Dr. Croco News for now. We'll be on D-Live and Odyssey, obviously, and archiving any videos that we put up here or that
Rest
we
in peace,
stream
Croco.
from here. Just trying to build the base audience back up after the suppression of about, I don't know, 10 channels. So we're growing. Odyssey grew to over 1,000. I think Croco 10's at 1,000. D-Live's over 2,000. So we're growing, and this channel, I think it already got a warning for a video or something, but fuck it. We're going to stream later on tonight, probably evening, maybe like 8, 9 o'clock, something like that, Eastern. And just, we're just going to be talking about a lot of stuff. I might have a guest on, I might not, depending on their schedule. Wednesday, I'm having Vanessa Valentine on from Australia, because we got to get on the ground reports. I'm reaching out to 2 other activists from Australia and New South Wales, Sydney. And I just want, accurate, what the fuck is going on there. Is it as bad as we see in the videos? Are some of the videos staged? I think a couple of them are.
Speaking of which, let's go check in with Vanessa Valentine real quick. And bear with my boomerism. And I really don't feel well today, guys. And then I got very demoralized over, I don't like appearing incompetent, especially in tech matters. So thank you. We'll get this, we'll get her back on the road here. If y'all will stick with me, I'd appreciate it. Well, this is what old Vanessa was up to. Oh, is that audio only? Thought I had video on that. Okay, let's try another tack.
Hey, beautiful family. Look, I'm pretty resilient. So I had a bad day yesterday, but I got up.
Okay, I think I got to share the screen. I wonder why I have to share the screen to get the audio. That like doesn't even make sense. Okay, this is Miss Vanessa Valentine that Croco just mentioned.
Hey, beautiful family.
This is how she
Look,
was doing
I'm
in
pretty
Australia.
resilient. So I had a bad day yesterday, but I got up today, and I was gonna have a good day. It's getting harder and harder here.
It's back during the fake pandemic.
Which I knew was gonna happen, but I'm gonna tell you what's happened this morning. So I've had a doctor's appointment booked in for about 2 weeks. I've got, not that I need to disclose this, but just so you know, it's got nothing to do with CV. I needed to get a blood test done to check levels because I've been really tired and Anyway, so, I wanted to make sure that I'm not lacking in anything. So I've been waiting 2 weeks for that. I called the doctor's surgery this morning and I just said, hi, I just wanted to let you know.
Well, and to further show that how much off my game is, I know to bring my hoodie if I'm going to be in an air-conditioned building and it's going to be hot outside. I'm already freezing. Good Lord. What a disaster, man. What a disaster. But anyway, if anybody's actually watching this train wreck of a broadcast, thanks for hanging in there. Maybe something good will come of it. I might just play my live stream from this morning when I was out and about in Fort Smith, Arkansas.
I've got an appointment at 10 o'clock this morning, but I have a medical exemption for the mask. So I just wanted to let you know.
Sure you don't.
And she goes, yeah, no worries, that's fine. And I hung up. Why did I do that? Because I wanted to save myself the humiliation. That's why I did it. I went, well, you know what? They may not ostracize me and discriminate, but there's a chance that they will, so I'm going to prevent that. I'd rather them tell me on the phone, no. But they didn't. They said it was fine. So I go in. Now, I'm not going to name the medical centre because I am going to take legal action. Crazy. Anyway, so I get there and I chat to this young receptionist and she was lovely. And we were joking about some stuff and talking about shoes. And then she said to me, oh, just to let you know, the doctor may want to see your medical exemption. And I said, that's fine. I don't have an issue with that. So I sit down. 2 minutes later, another receptionist, a young boy, he would have been like 19 or 20, right? Came out, with the shield, mask, all of it, right? So well protected, I'd assume. And he says, oh, I'm going to need you to wait outside. I know you've got a medical exemption, but I'm sorry. Like, you're not sorry. Anyway, I stood my ground with that, and I basically just said no. All in all, in short, I just said to him, I'm not moving. You can get the police and they can come and remove me, but I know they won't do that because you are discriminating right now. So he walked off. When I said that, he came back and he said, the practice manager is okay with you being here, but we'll need to see your exemption. I went, sure, no worries. So I started looking through my emails for my exemption and I found it. It took me about 10 minutes, right? By the time I found it, I said to this gentleman, I said, oh, I found it. I said, here you go. He walked up to me and he said, oh, I'm really sorry. Yeah, right. He said, but the doctor's not comfortable in seeing you in the consult without your mask. I said, but I'm medically exempt, like I can't wear one. And he said, I know, she's not comfortable doing that. And I said, but I called this morning. I said, I don't understand, are you denying? Like, am I being denied? And he's like, well, yeah. And he said, can you put one on? I said, but I'm telling you that I can't do that. Your doctor should understand. Anyway, I was denied service. I was denied
Well,
the right to.
and see, this is part of the reason why I will not go to doctors. And this is also why I knew as soon as the fake pandemic kicked off, I understood very quickly that I'm not going to be applying for exemptions. I'm not going to be applying for anything because, oh yeah, here's your exemption. And then they can always just say no later, right? As we see, they just, and then it's like not knowing, but that fear and trepidation around, am I actually going to be able to see the doctor? And then, going in there kind of fearful, and then everything seems to be going okay, and here's the exemption, and then, well, after all, we just not feel comfortable with your exemption, so off you go die in the street or in your apartment or wherever they've got you locked down, right?
See a doctor here in Melbourne, Victoria. The segregation is well and truly real. You don't let anybody tell you it's not. It is well and truly real. And the people that don't see it.
Yeah, that's right, Miss Splurge. Water off a duck's back. Just denied medical treatment. Oh, yeah. Just no big deal. That's spoken like someone on pills, by the way. But good to see you, although I'm sure you're somebody's sock account.
Are people that wear masks that got jabbed straight away? Like, those people will never see the segregation. Imagine that. 2021 being denied the right to see a doctor because you can't put something over your fucking face.
Well, I mean, you could, but you're unwilling to, which
Imagine that.
I can relate to.
Everyone else was wearing one.
Although I did one.
Imagine
I obviously wore
that.
them at times.
What has happened? How did we fall so far, so quickly?
And nothing's changed, by the way. It's still like this. It's rolled back.
I'm going to pick myself up and
temporarily.
I will. I'll pick myself up and I'll be fine. I also wanted to say thank you again to anybody who purchased one of my songs.
water off a
I love
quack.
you. God
I like
bless
that.
you. I will
That
do
makes
another
more sense.
update.
Indeed.
Now
I'm with you.
Threw me.
Splurge.
Totally threw me. Love you. God bless you. Bye.
And then here's let's see.
Repercussions if they.
Here's a mask defiance at school. Let's see if we can click the buttons. Click the buttons. Let's do this. You know, I did not go on TikTok. I just this was reposted somewhere.
Repercussions if they don't have a mask.
If you don't
This is kids waiting to enter their school.
want to go in, you don't have to.
What if they do?
I'm not going to force anybody. I'm not putting masks on anybody. That's not my job. The order.
So they can go in without the mask.
This is a county health department order.
Okay.
See, he won't answer the question, but he's clearly not going to do anything.
Okay.
And a policy of the school.
Right.
And I'm so glad I got to go to school before something like this was at the school. I mean, look at this. This is just ridiculous. And sure, have a resource officer or whatever they call them, but why does it have to be dressed like this? I don't understand that.
They got to have a mask on.
There is no policy.
I'm not arguing.
Okay, so they can go in, guys. They can go in. They can go in. Go on in, guys. Go in. They can't.
Well, I guess this gets back to what Paul and other folks talk about with authority, right? Everybody's waiting around for somebody seemingly in authority to say it's okay to enter, our school if I'm one of the children, right?
Can't enforce it. Yeah, you guys, they can't touch you. Just go ahead and go in.
Look at them. You see, look at these, bro. Look at these administrators or whatever. Look at those. You can see them, the masked up ones at the door. This is sick, man. And thankfully, my nerves are burnt and shot, so this doesn't even bother me anymore. I've just completely adapted to it, I suppose.
They cannot touch you.
And who is it going to be, a girl or a boy that's brave enough to be the first one? I bet you it's a girl.
They can't touch you guys.
These fucking freaks, man. I hope they burn in hell. Please let there be a judgment.
No pushing.
They're physically blocking the entrance. And we wonder why the youth increasingly have been taking themselves out. Trash.
They cannot touch you, guys. There you go. Yeah.
What a victory.
Touch you. Be orderly. Be kind. Be kind and respectful.
Fuck that.
Be kind and respectful. Be kind and show respect.
Why?
Love you guys.
What's respectable about that?
If they don't have a mask.
If you don't.
Why? What's respectable about that? I can't respect that. Why would I show respect to that? That makes no sense. Doesn't make any sense. And remember when people took solace in this next sort of video, when people thought actually, maybe something was going to change, and the people would actually stand up in mass and do something. Remember that?
That's the wind. That's the wind of time. That's the wind of history. That's the wind blowing through your ancestors' bones, begging you to do the right
What a
thing.
fart.
That is the wind that Matt Baker is calling upon from Ocean Beach. The wind that is blowing through the black people, through the white people, through the Chinese people, through the Mexican Americans, to the people that built this building with their bare hands to raise up this nation. They are begging you.
Yeah, remember when folks were looking to things like this and saying, "Oh, see, the people are going to rise up."
And they are blowing through your veins, and they should be putting a tingle up the spine of your back, and they should be begging you to do the right thing. You're about to open a pit of hell. You do not get a vaccine passport put on us. You know, as the population who's in control, you know that the people or the politicians, once you get a power, you will never relinquish it. Do you think that the 4 feet of marble that holds you above?
Man, I hope people save this to their hard drives, because long after I'm gone, but around probably 13 years or so from now, when the next one kicks off, I sure do hope that y'all that somebody remembers this on some old thumb drive somewhere. And when the same thing's happening again, and people are being misled that the masses are going to rise up, just play old Benton. Why can't I hear myself? Okay, got it. How's my mic? Rage Against the Machine, that's right. Biggest sellouts, indeed, sir.
I in this chamber
You said it.
will help you from the fate of humanity which you are unleashing. No! It won't! Your children and your children's children will be subjugated. They will be asked, how many vaccines have you had? Have you been a good little Nazi? Hail Fauci! Hail Fauci! Hail Fauci! Hail Fauci! There's been a lot of talk about the Nuremberg Code. Well, I once wrote copy. You are all in violation of Section 1. Yes,
It's not funny, by the way.
you are in violation of the Nuremberg Code.
Laugh or cry.
The definition is...
Sir, your time has expired.
Indeed.
Repercussions if they
Back to that? How'd that happen? Must be a playlist. Anyway.
I'm hearing from so many vaccinated people who feel as if, there may be some personal rewards for getting vaccinated, but they still face all these restrictions and measures.
Well, yes, that is just the reality of the situation. I mean, one thing that vaccinated people can feel comfortable, for example, let's take the holiday setting. You're with your family, you have grandparents and parents and children. When you get vaccinated and you have a vaccinated group and you are in an indoor setting,
No shit.
you can enjoy, as we have traditionally over the years,
Oh my God.
dinners and gatherings within the home with people who are vaccinated. And that's the reason why people should, if they invite people over their home, essentially ask and maybe require that people...
Well, and this kind of reminds me of how, just how narcissistic and just bizarro, externalizations and well, really, I'm not making sense, but just this idea of bossing each other around. Like I was waiting, 5 minutes outside for them to open the library, and got to talking to some local black guy, homeless drug addict, presumably. And everything I said just in this little conversation, you know, he just went to giving me advice and telling me what to do. And at a certain point, I'm just brought up about, you know, my weight and everything. And he goes trying to tell me to eat health, you know, eat certain, he's trying to give me advice. I'm like, man, I eat better than you do. I said, how are you going to give me advice you don't take? And meanwhile, I know he's on drugs, but, you know, I didn't even want to go there with him. This is country, man. The people are, it's a rap. It's a rap, full doomer. That's where it's at. Full doomer. How's my volume compared to the videos, by the way? Yeah, even here we go. Even the horses know it's not normal.
Mounted police force. Oh, I don't like the colour. Don't like the colour. Oh, brilliant, brilliant.
Repercussions if they don't have a mask.
If you don't want to go in, you don't have to.
Why do we got to keep going back to this guy? Yeah, not advice, a vice. Yeah. Oh man.
Listen to me. You need to. I want to do this this time. I put it right there. You prefer this one?
A child with ADHD and autism
We're not in the
refused Ryanair flight,
okay?
even with GP
you prefer
letter
this one?
stating
What's funny is if you spell this kid's name backwards, it's damn near Molek, I just realized.
exemption.
Molek.
Not good enough for Ryanair desk.
This one only.
This is what has to happen to get on a Ryanair flight.
I mean, who the hell's named Callum?
Ya, ¿quieres hablar inglés? Si no me
A child with autism and ADHD.
Ok. A ver, dile que no se preocupe, que vamos a hacerlo en el mismo.
Please, God, let there be a judgment. I'll take my chances happily.
Is this 1 second, okay?
Please, Lord, come destroy these wicked mofos, please.
You have to be still, okay? Otherwise it will take longer.
Come on then, quickly, last chance. Go, go, do it.
Can't watch it. Can't do it. Anyway, I think we all know how that ends. Yeah, I think we all know how that ends. And back to something maybe a little less serious. Let's lighten the mood here. How about that? Let's lighten the mood. Hey, what's up, I Am Dow? Good to see you.
What? Games, they vegetarize you. See? Yeah. Drugs! Saying you're not mentally ill. For all I know, you're crazy as a loon.
Red roses too.
Ah. Right.
For me and you. To myself.
Of course not. You want to escape, right? That's very sane. It's great.
Repercussions if they don't have a mask.
If you don't want to go in, you don't have to.
There's got to be some kind of setting for this. Am I just going to have to reshare the screen every time? I mean, what in the heck? All right, what else? Oh, here we go. This is a good one.
A nice little dose for myself. Apple flavors. Let's get a little bit extra there. Oh my gosh, that is absolutely hideous. Bill Pies, money for you.
I got COVID.
Bill Pies, and they just go, really, Alex? Bill Pies, money for humans.
It is what it is.
Bill Pies, really? You're stupid. And I sure wish you'd wake up. As a globalist, have a plan. They just make jokes and go, oh, Joe Rogan took horse paste. Want to see my ivermectin? This is ivermectin for humans. See this stuff? You see this, Bill Gates? I'm gonna kill those prions, you bastard murderers. You think I'm easy to kill? Gonna hit my bioweapon, you monster. Bill Prize, money for humans. You wanna suppress me? You wanna kill me? You son of a bitch. You goddamn demon. COVID-19. COVID will get you. Take the shot. They don't oppose the beast. They don't oppose the monster. They get on their knees to it and then say,
This might be the last broadcast ever.
Bill Prize, money for humans. you that the rest of the day you better stay pretty close by the bathroom. You're gonna get a supernatural flushing glory.
It was a massive dump. Wow.
And you sit around and laugh at us? Medical doctors gave that to me. It is incredible. It helped my family. It helped me. It helped everybody. That murderer Fauci doesn't want you to know because he wants the planet for himself and he wants you dead. Well, guess what, Fauci? We ain't rolling over and dying so easily, you little murdering maggot. No prize money for humans. I got COVID.
Mic check.
And they just go, really, Alex? No prize money for humans.
It is what it is.
No prize. Really, you're stupid. Let's have a cherry on top. Look at this. Watch. See that? Mmm. So it.
Thanks, Dal, but I'm wondering, am I actually going to be allowed to monetize this, with this type of content? But thank you. Do you get your money back, or do they just send it to somebody else? Mic check, 5x5. Thank you, much appreciated. But thank you.
I didn't turn into a horse. I turned into a donkey. No prize money for humans.
I got COVID.
No prize. And they just go, really, Alex? No prize money for humans.
It is what it is.
No prize. Really, you're stupid.
Now listen, if you have not subscribed to a YouTube channel, do it right now. Do it today. And all you have to do is click the big red.
All right, we're not interested in promoting such.
I love you, dude. I love you, but you gotta let me talk.
Highest level military intelligence. Tell me more about it.
Or are you waiting for your turn to speak, sir? Are you listening?
Tell me about the highest level military intelligence.
You keep interrupting me.
Because you're lying. You're full of shit. I will not suffer your Q people after this. Because you're lying. You're full of shit. All of it, dude. And I'm sick of it. I'm not knocking people that are into Q. I'm just telling you. Oh, he's part of a larger thing of Q. Is he Q? I understand magical powers. I'm asking you with your wizard powers. Oh no, from some small part of the larger Q, you don't know first. We're now learning the secret of Q power. He is a Q priest, is a religion. Q told us that Hillary was in a prison. He's a well-meaning person, but he's a lightweight. Jake the Barbarian, I guess, was his earlier incantation or incarnation. We have Q on the line. Q shaman. Listen, you're a Q wizard, a Q shaman. You are a shamanic wizard. We get that. A Q shaman. Go ahead, Q shaman.
You keep interrupting me.
Because you're lying. You're full of shit. I will not suffer your Q people after this. Because you're lying. You're full of shit. All of it, dude. And I'm sick of it. Q is like people that look in clouds. One sees a giraffe, one sees an elephant. Highest level military intelligence. The almighty Q Lord, and you are his priest. I don't know if he's for real or whether he's higher than a kite. And it's always, oh, there's energy. So you got a bunch of Q-tards into the Capitol. Oh. Q told us that Trump was invincible. You said he was the Messiah. Trump's a regular guy. He's not Jesus Christ. They'll never, when they're wrong, say they're wrong. We have Q on the line. Q shaman. Listen, you're a Q wizard. A Q shaman. You are a shamanic wizard. We get that. A Q shaman. Really? No, you're full of crap.
You keep interrupting me.
Because you're lying. You're full of shit. I will not suffer your Q people after this. Because you're lying. You're full of shit. All of it, dude. And I'm sick of it.
What the fuck, bro?
Yeah, Bo. I don't even know what some of this is.
My experience since I have gotten the COVID vaccine in about February was the first dose and March was the second dose. I am 20 years old.
Indeed, I had nothing to do with that, but whoever does is great.
And my health history is nothing. I have been perfectly healthy my whole life. I work out a lot. I eat pretty good, and nothing major. I have no allergies that I know of, and I'm not on any medications. These things that I've been experiencing have happened ever since I got the vaccine. Again, not saying one has to do with the other, just a coincidence. So one of the biggest things that I would say happened was about 3 weeks ago, I had a TIA, which for those of you that don't know is basically a smaller toned down version of a stroke, and it's normally a warning sign that you're going to have a stroke in the future. I'm 20 years old, so I don't know. I've never had any history. I think that's a little weird. Besides that, I've had memory issues. On a day-to-day basis, I find it hard for me to form sentences and to figure out words that make sense when I'm trying to describe something or when I'm trying to describe someone. And then other times I'll be staring at an object and I just cannot remember what it's called, which also really freaks me out.
I have all
now,
of this too, by the way, but I never got the.
At most 5 to 6
I never
times
got
a day.
the thing.
Other days it doesn't happen at all.
Nothing, and I never would.
Another thing I've been experiencing is numbness and tingling in my fingertips.
I got that in my
So I
feet.
don't know what that is. So one last thing is I'm having a really difficult time remembering names and faces. So, for example, the other day someone pulled up to the place
Well, they
I was
hit me
at
with
and
that
said, "Oh, who's that?" And I
bioweapon,
looked outside,
Jack.
and I know this person. I've known this person for almost 3 years now. I could not for the life of me remember their name. And it's someone that I see at least 5 times a week.
All right,
My name is Stephanie, and this is my daughter, Maddie, and we live in Ohio. On January 20th, Maddie received her second dose of the Pfizer COVID vaccine as a
What's up, Gary?
in the clinical trial for 12 to 15-year-olds. All 3 of our kids volunteered and were excited to participate in the trial as a way to help us all return to normal life. My husband works in the medical field, and I have a degree in electrical engineering. We are pro-vaccine and pro-science, which is why we agreed to let Maddie and her 2 older brothers volunteer for the trial.
See, I can't even watch
Before
the rest
Maddie
of
got her
that.
final dose.
I can't even watch the rest of it since she said that. Like that you know, and again, we know most, is it psyops? Is this even real? You know, is this, but to sit there and say that, and then that's your daughter, right? Or her daughter. Uh-oh, I'm in trouble.
Right. Now let me work. Okay, say something.
Going conspiracy theories, gotta get our blood ready to fight. Some antibodies set to kill the virus so excited, so down.
What did you, Dr. Mo? They believe that the vaccine is bad for you. When I got the shot, it kind of felt like the pole. The shot's pretty safe, but the bullet is cruel.
Repercussions if they don't have a mask.
If you don't want to go in, you don't.
What's up? Shout out to Provo Kid. Oh, and this is an extremely fake video. I actually made a pretty decent, I made a lot of GIFs or GIFs, animated GIFs, however we're calling it. And don't tell me it's this or it's that. No, way back when I first got on the internet, nobody knew if it was GIF or GIF. So that's never been settled as far as I can tell. But or do whatever you want. Tell me I'm wrong. I don't care. It's fine. Who even cares at this point? But I made a pretty decent GIF. I was always a GIF guy, I think. This obviously fake video here.
What appears the soys are back in town, but Team America is back in full effect, and you know what that means. They will take shit from nobody from these soy boy bitches that try and act tough like freaking ninjas and then run like the soy boy bitches they are. Right here you can see soy boy getting real tough. It appears he's going to try and stand in the face here, and booyah, went to the chest. Next steps back like a freaking heathen Bez dispenser. Takes a kick to the dome while he's on the ground. Someone comes in with pepper spray.
You know, I think we're in 1.5x, and, you know, in real speed it looks ridiculous, but at this speed...
Out of the blue, and it appears this man is about to get attacked. Yep, that's right. The guy that sprayed everybody is going to get his ass handed to him.
Fake ass bullshit.
Frail soy boy Kit Kat bones snapping and cracking like a freaking Slim Jim and Rice Krispies. And of course, the same douchebags that protest law enforcement are asking help from law enforcement. How ironic.
Repercussions if they don't have a mask.
If you don't.
SMH. And then this is why I can't tolerate MAGA bozos, and why if I was made to choose, I'm hanging out with the lefties. If you make me choose, I really don't want to hang out with the lefties, but I can't hang out with MAGA, and this is why.
The word is to a party in the county jail. The president was there and they began to wail. The band was jumping and the joint began to swing. You should have heard a knocked out jailbird sing, let's rock. Everybody, let's rock. Everybody in full cell block. We'll stand to the jailhouse rock. Spider Murphy played the tenor saxophone. Sleepy Joe's blowing on the slide trombone. The drummer boy from Illinois went crash boom bang.
So bad.
The whole rhythm section was a purple gang. Let's rock. Everybody, let's rock. Everybody in full cell block. Into the jailhouse rock. Number 47 said to number 3, you're the cutest jailbird I ever did see. I sure would be delighted with your company. Come on and do the jailhouse rock with.
Repercussions if they don't have a mask.
If you don't want to go in.
No idea where I found that. When I find stuff, I tend to just save it to my hard drive, and then years later I come across it. Much of the time anyway. Oh, this is for Lou Bass. Let's get Lou in here. Actually, let's not. But
you look like a fucking supermodel.
It's the
Can I bring
Hasda
you to
tribe.
America and do a fashion thing and get you guys paid? And why would we want to go to America? Well, tell me what you know about America. Isn't that the place where people jump off buildings to kill themselves? Like that concept is so foreign that when someone explains suicide,
he never had
the
it,
time
Provo,
that I'm there,
to be
like I
honest.
said, that first week is
But
withdrawal.
that's
I'm like, fuck, where's my
that's a
phone?
credit to his
And then
character.
all of it goes away. I'm not thinking about any of my addictions. I'm not thinking about, I feel peace. I'm not miserable. My depression goes away. Morning till night, you wake up, you hunt for food, you get home, celebration, everyone's happy that the men brought the food back, the women, gathered the berries. We have a big dinner celebration because every meal you got to be grateful for. Dance party by the fire, couple fart jokes, and you're out. Repeat the next day. There's no time.
Repercussions if they don't have a mask.
Tired of seeing this guy over and over though. Where's the hang on, there's got to be a playlist in here somewhere I can empty the playlist. Yeah, fuck it. I don't know. What does that mean? Yep. Facts. Panels are whack. I agree. Nachiketa does not age well. What? What does that mean? Well, I think that's about it for now. Indeed, Christos. Indeed, I'm feeling you. I'm feeling you, partner, on that one, on that accord. I don't know that I have any rants in me, so maybe I'll just keep perusing this hard drive and reading the chat. Who was that? Was there a good rant? I like good. Oh, that's a user. Oh, he's a firearms activist linked in with the Gematria community. Man, I don't know how long this broadcast is going to be because I'm already freezing, man. How did I forget to bring my hoodie? This is insane. I was in such a hurry to get here to reserve this particular study room. Oh, okay, cool. Well, if somebody wants to drop a link, feel free. And not at the moment, but yeah, I like to get into the autism talk. Were you here when the autistic boy was being given the nasal swab? That's a bit of a take, right? That we played that video earlier. Okay. Boy, I got all kind of stuff on here. I don't even know what half this stuff is, so I'm hesitant to. I'm sure they can hear me out there. I just heard somebody cough. I'm going to have to keep my voice down. I'm using profanity. Yeah. Oh, man. Give me a moment. This is good times over here. Okay, I don't know what this is. We're just going to take a chance.
I want to say it's an injustice. That's it.
Oh, it's audio only.
Can you please stop, mate? Yeah, can you put it on right?
And yours, please.
Repercussions if they don't have a mask.
If you don't.
Well, I don't know what that was. I guess that wasn't an entire file. This shit looks kind of fake, right? Or this stuff, I mean, sorry. Crime of out in public Crime of out in public with no proof of jab, apparently. Thanks, Shirt. Much appreciated. Is Rob in here?
Gardez les distances.
So they claim over 200 arrested, yeah, in Australia. And then you have this man here just waiting for his cue to then do his little speech now. Look, see him?
Welcome to Melbourne, Australia. The only city in the world where the trams are the only thing that's still free. Where the trams are the only thing that's still free.
That was rubbish. That was your big moment, and you go on about trams. Okay. Then look at this man here, right? Look how he's dressed. Look at his mask. He looks like a soldier of fortune. He looks like a militia member. Yeah? So imagine Auntie Mabel is watching this in Australia with a cup of tea. She sees that guy.
Indeed, Gary.
Do you think she's going to take what they
Gary
say
says this
as
stupid
something
mofos would rather
to
fight
listen
for
to,
toilet paper than
or
freedom,
she gonna
rights,
be
and truth?
scared off by his appearance straight away? Yeah? You can see that he's got like stuff written on the back of his jacket as well. Yeah? And by him doing that, they're making out like he's a ringleader and he's gesturing all the people to come. So straight away, in the first few seconds, we got this man here delivering a rubbish speech, and we got someone who looks like he's a soldier of fortune, militia member in some kind of movie. Yeah, it's crazy. Just so happens to be the one who gets sprayed with the police weapon thing, yeah? Capsicum, they're saying it is. I don't know if that's how you say it properly. And they just spray it indiscriminately. I don't think they'd do that if it was real, because they would get their colleagues in some form, I reckon. In front of the spray tan place. And they always do these things where they have like one person getting arrested and then 20 policemen, right, police officers. It's all done for show to make it look like, you know, they're being heavy-handed and, you know. But it works in different ways because some people will like that. Others won't. So it's all about creating divide. As everything is. Then you have a woman there that is saying she couldn't breathe, and then this guy here, and then the policeman going, "You should have gone home, mate. You should have gone home, mate." It's truth.
We're talking about developing kids here. This is a major problem. And the recording of the video may be what's giving me some of these buffering / freezing issues. So I guess we'll just see how the stream goes. Any of my peeps like Warfist that just came in and MF Doom. If it starts coming in just say, hey, stream's coming in shitty, and we'll roll through it. A lot of the stuff I'm giving you guys today could be audio. Because I just have a lot to talk about this patent I came across.
Oops, my mic was off and I was talking.
Yeah, bird handlers, very, very, very nice. But it's not just that they're using Sesame Street as a platform. It's that we're talking about these vulnerable children that they're getting the parents to buy into getting the vaccine first, and then they're changing ingredients for 5 to 11-year-olds, and even in that 11 to 24 range, they want to change ingredients because they know the effects it's having on people's hearts. They know the effects of myocarditis and blood clots that it's having on these young people. So if we don't have a line in the sand, if we haven't already reached our line in the sand when they first rolled out this agenda at the end of 2019, guys, we've had our line dug since the end of 2019 as soon as we heard this agenda, because we knew what they were going to try to do. So for them to get this far is very disheartening, because it means a majority of the country is rolling along with this, and we need our voices to elevate to their level to combat this, because you're using a major platform in Sesame Street and other children's platforms to push this idea that this is a great idea. Now, they wanted 5 to 11-year-olds because then a couple months down the line, you get to 2 to 4-year-olds. Now, why is 2 to 4-year-olds important? Because if you're at 2, 1 is not that far away. You're very close to 1. And once you get to 1, that means the agenda is going to be COVID vaccination upon birth. Booster shots by 2 years old, fully vaccinated by age 3 or 4. Completely compromising your natural immune system, completely pushing back in the face of your God-given abilities, your God-given immune system, and just your God-given special human being body. Because, as we know, these capital S scientists want to play God. But Big Bird puts this tweet out, and not only is it sick, it's fucking just a bizarre tweet. Big Bird says, I got the COVID-19 vaccine today. My wing is feeling a little sore. So this is like their way of saying, like, oh, all these people complaining about dying, all these people that are having heart attacks. Well, my arm's a little sore. You've heard people say this. Yeah, I was achy for a few days, but I'm all right. Yeah, my wing is feeling a little sore, but it'll give my body extra protective boost that keeps me and others healthy. Miss Erica Hill even said, I've been getting vaccines since I was a little bird. I had no idea. 1, it's not a vaccine, it's an mRNA shot. 2, fuck you for putting this out, whoever's behind this tweet, because it's disgusting. But on the back end of this, they used Dr. Fauci. And I just want you guys to realize how sick this is. Going after children is just where we have to draw the line. If we didn't draw the line at everything else, lockdowns, quarantine camps, work mandates, name every agenda they've thrown out in the past 2 years. If you can't draw the line at children, now I know you don't ever want to be the person to tell another parent what to do with their children. But as a society, we should be rebelling, out in the streets, yelling, screaming at the top of our lungs that we cannot have this happen to 2 to 4, 5 to 11, and even under 18. Anybody, but especially these core groups, guys. Now, I'm just going to show you. They rolled that Big Bird tweet out for a reason. And what we're going to get into in this stream is I'm going to show you their surveillance project that they're working on right now. I'm going to show you their vaccinating people based on a social credit score from this patent. I'm going to show you the mayhem and madness of these authoritarian monsters. I'm going to show you and let you hear the phone calls the CDC are making to households, asking them, how many kids do you have in your house? How old are they? And if they're vaccinated, I will play you those phone calls. I will show you the orchestration of this COVID fake scandemic. I will get into the internment camps that are coming to the U.S. based off the Australian model. Now, this might not be the longest stream I've ever done because I have plans for later today to do a longer stream, but it's going to be very informative. So welcome, everybody. I see, we have about 50 people here already for an impromptu Monday morning. I appreciate that. I want to give just real quick thanks to Kaladen, thanks to Brando Commando, thanks to Del Griffith. They all sent in a Cash App donation when I was off the air last night, and I just want to say I really appreciate that. I want to give a special shout out to Fringe Files for putting together my anti-mandate protest poster. I think that was awesome. I think she did a great job, and I really appreciate it. And I also want to give a special thanks to Titus Frost, Brian from High Impact Flicks, and everybody yesterday that shared a tweet I put out associated with this flyer. Brian from High Impact Flicks put a tweet out that got a lot of attention around this. So I just want to give a thank you to those people that did that. And I'm sure in the coming days, more creators are going to be sharing that as well. So I wanted to get that out of the way and just say thank you to everybody. And especially you guys. I know you guys were on Twitter or in Discord sharing and commenting. And Packwave. Packwave sent in a donation as well around talking about the protest. I really, really do appreciate that. Like I always say, if I get one off the air, I'll make sure to give credit to you on the air. Back to Big Bird, though. And do I really have to talk about Big Bird? Do I have to do this? It's not that it's Big Bird and that my wing is sore. It's the agenda of going after children. And if you don't think it can get sicker than just him, I can't believe I'm saying Big Bird him.
if they can use a platform like Twitter to put out an agenda like that, their guest of the day was Dr. Fauci. Now he comes on, and if you want to talk about manipulation, evil, and how sick they're getting, they had kids in the audience asking questions of Dr. Fauci, and he didn't even get into that he vaccinated Big Bird. He took it to the fucking next level. Let me just pull this over really quick so I can show you guys what I'm talking about. I don't know if you guys have seen this. MFDM, you're fucking welcome. Hey, what's up, Obscenity? What's up, Terry Miller? Benton, what's going on? Birdman, Vic, good to see you. Cringe, always good to see you. Just K was in the house earlier. Yeah, it's going to be a good show. So we have Sanjay Gupta, who was just on Joe Rogan denouncing what CNN did and then retracting that. He's a guest on Sesame Street. Now Fauci comes on Sesame Street, and they go as far to talking about, hey, with all the COVID-19 and with all the things going on, is Santa Claus still allowed to come to our house? So Big Bird's like lowest on the totem pole for children. You want to really go after them? Start talking about Christmas now. Start talking about telling children that he's the reason they're getting Christmas presents this year. Listen how sick this motherfucker is.
A little while ago, I took a trip up there. So what I did a little while ago, I took a trip up there to the North Pole. I went there and I vaccinated Santa Claus myself. I measured his level of immunity, and he is good to go. He can come down the chimney. He can leave the presents. He can. So what I
mean, how fucking disgusting is that? You're playing on not only the parents' psyche of making their kids believe in Santa Claus and Christmas around this pandemic, but you're on Sesame Street speaking directly to children that you vaccinated Santa Claus yourself. Everything's going to be great. Everything's going to be safe. If we don't, I mean, I'm going to say this a lot of times. If we don't put our line in the sand, it's going to be mandatory COVID vaccinations for children as soon as they're born. That's why they're working their way back from 14 to 18, 5 to 11, 2 to 4. Do you see it trending towards right when you're born? That's what they're trying to do. So all of these agendas and all of these clips that you're seeing of people going on Sesame Street and children's, what do they call it? Programming? They're programming the youth to tell their parents, oh, guess what? Santa Claus is vaccinated. Everything's going to be fine. We can still have a great Christmas. Can I get a vaccination too? When we should be putting out a message of, this is going to be very harmful for our youth. We have to think of blood clots. We have to think of myocarditis. We have to think of just letting children build their own immune system as we've always done throughout our whole history. And putting a poisonous substance into a 2-year-old, a 5-year-old, an 11-year-old, an 18-year-old, or a 50-year-old is compromising what you have. I don't want to get into the whole AIDS hoax, but one of the major things around that was these fags that supposedly had HIV, which they wanted to turn into AIDS, and all the fuckery behind the scenes of that hoax was the same thing that they're doing with something like COVID. You put out a flu-like symptom that messes with your immune system, but then you also medicate it with something that compromises your immune system, a double whammy, to literally try to kill you. And when you're talking about young children, if it doesn't kill them, you know, we've seen the death rates, we've seen what can happen, it's going to compromise them for life. And that's about weakening the system. And as I get later into the stream, weakening the family unit, which is something they've been working on for generations. But it's going to come down to, look at these unsafe parents that aren't vaccinated, or look at these parents that refuse to vaccinate their children, or these kids are vaccinated but their parents aren't. They're going to start calling that child abuse. They're going to start calling that child neglect. They're going to start breaking up families. They're building quarantine camps in the U.S. for this reason. And I will show you all of this throughout this stream. I will show you all of this information that I've just been working on for the past week. I took a couple days off during the middle of the week just because work was busy, but I was working my ass off on some of this research. But I wanted to show you just the levels they're going to program these young children. We will get into this tweet about the FDA acknowledging they're predicting more hospitalizations from myocarditis in 5 to 11-year-olds from the COVID sniffles itself. So that's coming from their own organizations. We'll get into that as we roll out these things. I want to start, well, let me just show you this because this is hilarious. So we all heard about the Kyrie Irving and the NBA and the vaccines and everything. Let this load up really quick. So the NBA came out today and said, well, they came out months ago and said, you need to be vaccinated if you want to play away games, if you want to partake in team activities, if you want to practice, all this stuff. Just yesterday, they come out, we're informing teams that all players who received the Johnson & Johnson, remember the miracle one-time vaccine, who received the J&J vax at least 2 months ago, doesn't matter anymore. You are now subject to game day testing, and you need to receive the Pfizer or Moderna shot. So this is like people I've talked to in my regular day-to-day life that got fired from their jobs. They took the Johnson & Johnson vaccine, or they took one single vaccine and the work said they were okay. Now, a week before the season starts, or in real life, a week before you're ready to get into the next quarter, they say, no, that doesn't count anymore. You have to take this official vaccine at this official time, or you don't get to play, you don't get to work. And this is why I'm having a mandate protest. Because not only is it coercion, you get to make no money, you can't provide for your family unless you do what us tyrannical leaders tell you what to do. It's a blatant lie because people literally went out and got vaccinated, and still that's not good enough. It's a never-ending cycle because the vaccines don't work. And why don't they work? Because you have several different forms of what they're calling COVID that were spread all around the world. Every different country had a different form. They let travel happen a little bit. People cross-contaminated with each other. And these flu-like symptoms, the COVID, quote, vaccine that's an mRNA shot, is just to get the shot into you. It has nothing to do with protecting you against this, quote-unquote, virus. And I say quote-unquote because none of this shit is real. Hey, what's up, Brando? Brando finally got into Discord, everybody. I just wanted to make sure I got the praise for finally letting him in and taking care of that. I've been having a lot of notifications lately. Things coming up. Spooky Sunday Season 2. That's...
Boy, Provo said it. Provo Kid, the last 3 years of propaganda have broken people's minds. Could not agree more, sir. And I saw it this morning when I talked to a local homeless guy outside the library waiting for it to open. I saw that in full effect. His mind has been broken, and we weren't even talking about the fake pandemic, but it seems like the mind is broken across the board. He passed, and there's really no reason to discuss the circumstances of his death. It really is not important, in my view. That's my opinion. Not at least in this venue. He was here, now he's gone. To me, that's what's relevant. But I'm sure if you really want to get into the particulars, I'm sure there's places to discuss that. But this would not be that place. But yeah, he's no longer with us, unfortunately. And G-Spot, many of the people on this channel were big fans, and I was in. This was back when he was still on D Live, and I was in most of these live chats. I believe Gary Baxter was there. I know Terry Miller, a lot of folks.
A few weeks away. Me and we've read the documents going through Tucker Carlson's documentary. That's going to be a stream that's coming soon.
Yeah, you're better off not on Discord, Gary, in my opinion. It's actually really cool the way the interface works once one gets used to it. Yeah, I'm off of it now. The lowest part of my life when I was attempting to drink myself to death, other than when I was working, I was just on Discord. I was just drunk in Discord, so I don't think that was a coincidence.
A couple more special guests that I'm not going to name yet. Vanessa Valentine, a lot of stuff coming up this month, and then obviously the protest on the 27th. I'm going to start off with a patent, though. We have 60 people here. Sorry that you can't stick around, but I appreciate you coming by, and if you weren't here, I did say thank you for the Cash App donation that you sent in. Super appreciated. I'm going to start with a patent proposal.
Yeah, a lot of people didn't make it through the pandemic, or didn't make it too much farther past the pandemic, right? The fake pandemic. Yeah. He was in his 40s, I believe, but yeah. Mr. Croco.
That came out. And it didn't get a lot of buzz, but I want you guys just to kind of focus in and hear what's in this patent. And this has to do
interesting
with,
takes from Provo Kid.
Video about what they're calling gene games or virus games.
Provo Kid says limiting entry into college due to the jabs created a new entry bar for attempting to enter the middle and ruling class in America.
It's a term that Bill Gates is using and the WHO is using, and it means...
Well, and Musical's
what's the best way to describe it to you guys?
Musical's a Secret says he still sees people all messed up. They stand out like a sore thumb. Yeah, and that always kind of bothered me about, I remember one time I was on... I don't remember where it was, but I was on some kind of live stream, or maybe on with Drew, and people, I said something about I was in Kansas City, and that everybody was masked up at the time, even out of doors. And then somebody in the live chat's like, "What are you talking about? I'm in Kansas City. Nobody wears a mask here." And I'm just like, is this somebody that just doesn't go outside? Or because I think, and that's the cognitive dissonance, there were plenty of folks who just, it's like, even as it was happening around them, it's like they just chose to not see it, I guess, or maybe they just never left their house.
When a false flag is coming, what's always before it? A drill. So what they're doing in this pandemic prevention or preparedness or whatever they're going to call it. They're doing something called vaccine games, virus games, and Bill Gates used an example of dropping smallpox into airports or the Travis Scott concert, whatever chemical was dropped there for that experiment and that ritual. They're talking about these games openly, but when he spoke about it, he also said the WHO is currently using surveillance. Now, I've been, no pun intended, harping on HARPA since 2018. I've been harping on you guys to let you know that every...
RT says certain discords are a nice extension to the chat community. However, certain other discords are a toxic stew where dullards lay in wait to criticize anything you say or share. I've unplugged from it. Good for you. And I'm not on any either. And most likely never will be. Although maybe I'll start my own potentially, but I doubt it because I don't think I would have much desire to have to moderate it and keep the fools out.
Device you have, whether it be the scrying mirror that I walk around with, I use this thing all the time. I'm not pointing fingers at anybody. If you got the Fitbit or the watch, you got any type of wearable, any smart device around you is used to monitor, surveil, and keep tabs on you at all times, and also look at your neurobehavioral statistics. It was brought around in 2018 through Trump around mass shootings, but now this technology is used to and is being harnessed and targeted at individuals to give them a score based on their threat level. By threat level, meaning if you're not vaccinated, how close you are to another device. We're going to get into all of this. So this came from the activist post, but I will pull up the actual patent itself as well. And I'm trying not to open a million links at once because it looks like the stream is actually 0 buffs yet, 0 freezing up, and...
by the way, 60 in the house for Croco on D Live. Let me see. See that? The 60 in the house. Not bad. Imagine how many he would have had on YouTube. Of course, he wasn't permitted to be on YouTube, of course.
Yeah. It might stutter a little bit. New computer, I mean, by tracking, it looks like it should be here any day. This is a postal, this is a postal issue, where when it was supposed to be 2 weeks ago, they literally waited 2 weeks to ship it out because everybody's understaffed because of the mandates. So it's coming. I can't wait. We'll test it out the first day I get it, and we'll see how it goes. So, sorry guys. I was in front of the screen for 7 hours last night, putting together streams for the next 2 days and polishing up the Cleopatra's Needle stream. Because as bizarre as Cleopatra's Needle Masonic story is, my brain started thinking about Cleopatra's Needle, ancient medicine, needles, and then I just started getting into, they literally have obelisk-shaped syringes, and I just went way too far down a rabbit hole last night, which is why I never got to streaming. Yeah, what's up, everybody? Yeah, good to see you guys. Hey, Coffee Stain. Good to see you, buddy. What's up, Birdman? Good to see you, man. Yeah, Bill Gates. If you guys didn't see that BitChute exclusive, or Odyssey exclusive, there's videos that I just make, and you're not going to see, I'm never putting videos on YouTube again. So the only thing you'll see on YouTube is a new Spooky Sunday channel and the occasional, hey guys, I'm going live on D-Live. That's all you're going to see. I'm not giving them 1 inch of a word, a sentence, or information that they can construe into giving me a strike, so I can't even speak to you guys. The goal is just to have enough people there that I can have a community tab and use it as a promotion for these other sites. That's all it is. But yeah, sub to BitChute, sub to Odyssey, so you get these exclusives. So, sorry about that ramble. Let's get into this patent a little bit.
RT says Croco's D Live period was the heyday. Always a fun and informative time back then. But of course, D Live shit the bed. Yeah, I couldn't agree more, RT. I guess RT was there as well. I'm so far up my own ass, sometimes it's hard for me to remember who was in there every day. But I was there damn near every day, as many of you fine folks were as well. And good to see you, G-Spot. I wasn't picking on you. There was so much talk when Croco passed. I'm trying to avoid getting into anything surrounding his actual death, if at all possible.
Keeping an eye on the chat as well. Yes, thank you. Thank you for sharing the stream. I appreciate that. There should be, I just put in the chat room if anybody wants to support the show. Like I said, PayPal's gone, so all we have left is Cash App. It's $sign Croco Truth. If you want to send a couple of dollars towards the work that I do and the research that I do, I'll read your message on stream. If you want to do a monthly thing, Patreon's an option, but if you just want to do one time with a message, Cash App is perfect. And if you want to share out what we're doing right now, there's the tweet for it. Now that that's out of the way. And good amount of people, 60 people for early on a Monday impromptu. I'm not mad at it. We had about 125 yesterday on an impromptu stream, so I can tell between here, BitChute, and Odyssey, the numbers are starting to rise, which means we're doing something well. And totally getting off of YouTube was the best choice I ever made. I gotta tell you guys. I've been getting emails this morning from Google. Hey, we're doing our yearly customer support check. Yeah, you guys are fucking evil. You suck, and we don't want to use your things anymore. And I'm getting 5 to 10 DLive followers a day, so gotta love it. New patent proposes digital surveillance to vaccinate people based on their social credit style scores. And this is how I'm gonna start off. How they're monitoring you, how they're watching you, how they're keeping tabs on you. And then we're going to get into how that's going to affect your family unit, you and your children, specifically. Now, some people are going to come out and call it kidnapping. If you guys have seen my videos about the orphans, if you don't know the statistic, the United States is 4th in the whole world of countries in orphaned children because of COVID. Are all these kids being kidnapped? Of course not. We can't make statements like that. We lose credibility if we make statements like that. But some have been taken in by the system, one foster system, to the actual beast system to be tested with vaccinations. I've proven this to you. Pfizer got caught. But I'm going to show you this patent, and then I'm going to show you how they're going to separate the family unit, and I'm also going to show you U.S. quarantine camps, and that's what this stream is all about. This video will be on Odyssey and BitChute after I'm done recording. Okay, so a patent was made on August 31st. It's trademarked. It was approved. It was made by a couple attorneys, a Dr. Gail Elric and a Meyer Fenster of Elric and Fenster recently had a U.S. patent approved. That's a big deal. A lot of people come to people with patents. If it's not an approved patent, it doesn't matter. This is approved for a technology that aims to surveil people via their digital activity. Take digital activity for what it means. Every single one of your devices. Or you could not even have your scrying mirror on you, but what you say is heard, picked up, and used by somebody else's device. Digital activity. Anytime you're around anything in the digital realm, they're using to surveil you.
I don't know who this is, but I was friends with Croco. Croco, wait a minute. And I didn't involve myself with his conversations with other people, but Croco was known for just repeatedly calling people over Discord, and I was one of those people, right? So I don't know what to tell you there. Ball enslaved, but let's go ahead and if a mod will go ahead and get rid of ball enslaved, I'd appreciate that. Thank you. Please and thank you. But yeah, so what Croco would do is when I answered his call and when the deal, because I never had real good success with the actual, call feature, but if the call actually worked, what Croco would do is he would call me and then he would just talk for however long, and then he would be like, all right, man, I'll see you later. And then he would hang up. And again, I don't know, what his conversations were with anybody else, but I just remember thinking, like, does he just need to talk? Or like, and I'm happy to listen, obviously. I like being there for people as much as possible, or as much as I'm able, I should say. Not as much as possible. I like being there for people as much as I'm able, but yeah, so you can go fuck yourself, ball enslaved, because I don't know how many people that was that he would just repeatedly call on DLive, but I was one of those people, or I'm sorry, Discord rather, not on DLive, on Discord. I was one of those folks, so you can go fuck yourself, and don't let the door hit you where the good Lord split you. Is he gone? Okay. We're timing him out. You're going to give him another chance? Music calls a secret? Oh, am I the only one that can mute people? Oh, okay. You think I'd know how this works by now? Hang on, let me. I'm not gonna let him derail it. I'm just gonna play it.
On top of this,
I need to thicken my already thickened skin here.
It's not just a surveillance patent. We know that they've been doing this.
But anyway, if timing out is all it will let you do, mods, please get them.
It's giving them. It's around this digital activity. It's going to give you a score that defines the potential level of what they're going to call super spreading activity of literally each individual. And then they're going to use that information to vaccinate, booster shot, quarantine, however you want to look at it, or however level.
Clout chasing. He used to have me on his show, by the way. He used to have me on his live streams. It's just most of the time my internet wasn't good enough and there would be technical difficulties. But yeah.
Whatever level it gets to based on that score. Now, the patent proposes collecting a wide range of your personal information.
Oh, and I don't know who Ball Enslaved is, but I hope you burn in hell also. Please, Lord, let there be a judgment, and please let Ball Enslaved burn in hell, because that's where that spirit belongs. In the separation of the wheat and the tares, we need to make sure that one stays down here and gets engulfed in flames. In my view, I'm speaking only for myself, of course. They say, "Oh, what kind of Christian are you, wishing hell and damnation upon people?" I'm not a Christian. I'm not a Christian, and I still got that spirit of wrath. So I hope when this life's over, I hope he's judged, and I certainly hope that he burns in hell.
Information from sources such as mobile devices, apps, social media, your Google search records, your browsing records, your payment records, your medical records. Which should they be allowed to have your medical records? No, but of course they do. Your employment records, the government, whatever they have on you, surveillance in your area, just normal cameras.
Oh, even worse, Roy. I'm being accused of clout chasing Croco. Meanwhile, why is this on my hard drive, by the way? Even if I didn't know the man, which I did, metaversally. Why is this? This is not on the internet, folks. Hey, Ball Enslaved, this ain't available. This is on my hard drive. You know why? Because I liked the broadcast so much that I downloaded it. And I still have it. How about you? You piece of trash. Now go play in traffic. Go play in traffic and then burn in hell, you piece of garbage.
You see, cameras that you put up yourself, everything that's digital around you is being used to monitor you and give you a score, and then that score is basically a social credit threat assessment. Smiling Conqueror just weighed in with that Travis Scott concert was definitely a satanic ritual. I don't know if you were here yesterday, but I did an hour and a half talking about that, and the video is up on BitChute, and if you want to hear my take about the ritual, go check out the video after the stream. It also suggests collecting highly specific personal information via sources such as precise location data. Now, we've heard about this in Australia, right? We're going to text you.
Yeti loves to whisper.
And if you're not at the place you're supposed to be, where we see that you are because we know your geolocation, if you're not at home and you don't text us back with a selfie of you at that place, we're sending police to your house. So precise location, the length of times people spend at locations. So they don't want to know just where you're coming and going. They want to know how much time you're spending at a specific location. The ventilation rate of the places people visit. So they're narrowing it down to, are you in an open area or are you inside? Images of people looking at a screen of their mobile device. And why is that important to them? Because they just like looking at their work. When an artist does a good job and they admire their work, these people like looking at us, looking like zombies, looking down at their phones. So they want to have that just as part of it. Sounds from your microphone and your personal devices. And I understand you guys are saying, yeah, this is nothing new. They've been doing this. But not in a specific patent that's been approved around this COVID agenda. They haven't. Now we're seeing what the uses actually are and and how they're applying it towards our lives and the outcome that's going to happen.
Do we want to hear the rest of it? We're about halfway through. It is on 1.5x, but that'll always be there for the future. I think we get the idea. Although it's such an immersive, such a well done broadcast. I kind of want to keep watching it. What's this? I don't even know what's going to happen here. Let's see.
I'm going to show you the devil as the master manipulator. And you're going to see how he's at work in our world today. He manipulates you through fear. He says, do it or else. Do it or you're going to get sick and die. Proverbs 29:25 shows us the fear of man bringeth a snare. Flattery. He tries to manipulate you through flattery. If you do what he says you did it. You're good. You're a good person. Daniel 11:21.
All right. I didn't know that was Bible related. We're gonna watch something else. Trying to stay off the Bible stuff.
They'll look high and they'll look low. They'll look everywhere we go. But when the sinners find us, we won't hide. They'll come loud and they'll come fast. We shoot first and we can last. Keep your rifle by your side. Singing, oh Lord, this earth was made for us. Singing, oh Lord, this sinful.
Something about remember Ruby Ridge. Well, it's probably Mitchell, I'm assuming. But you never know these days, right? You never know around these parts. divert my attentions. These parts. Divert my attentions here from my broadcast. Okay, somebody hit him. Okay, good work, Dow. And I want to say this, man. Yeah. Anyway, forget about it. I don't want to have. I don't want the mods to have too much of a tight leash, but we'll see how it goes. We'll play it by ear.
All right, hear me out. Right on the CDC website for you guys to see. For those of you that call it a conspiracy theory, just 2 weeks to slow the spread, just a mask, just 2 shots, just a booster, now a booster every year. Then you're going to lose your job if you don't get it, and you're not going to be able to go anywhere indoors. Now they've stepped it up a notch. Now it's quarantine camps. If they feel it's necessary, they're going to separate you from your kids, your loved ones, to quarantine you and keep us all safe. Right on the CDC website for you all to see what their plan is. Don't believe me? Check it out. The CDC refers to them as humanitarian settings, but you'll quickly see what they really are. The shielding approach, limiting contact between individuals at higher risk. They'd have minimal contact with family members, other residents. Hold it down, pause it, read it for yourself. They start with a household level where they just quarantine you in your own home. Then they move on to the neighborhood and the camp sector level where you're asked to swap households with neighbors at some point, and then you get to the camp level where it's essentially a quarantine camp limiting access in and out.
Out here between Yelm and Roy and Eatonville, look what's going on out here. Everybody needs to see this. There's the main highway right there. Looks like we got an active COVID quarantine site going in here. So everything's been logged, all of that. Just wanted to show you guys the main road there. Check that out. They got a gate here. There's also a gate over there by that dozer. 2 gates going into this place. Looks like they're just getting to work on it. There you have it, folks. They're doing it. They're coming along.
As your president, I'm announcing tonight a new plan to require more Americans to be vaccinated to combat those blocking public health.
Vaccine mandates, here we come.
That's good, right? He's just keeping us safe.
Absolutely. What's a little inconvenience if it means saving lives?
Hey, you listen here. You gotta get these boosters, okay? So we're announcing tonight that every single American will be taking the booster shot from a drone sniper directly into their homes. Your body, my choice. You got that, Bucko?
Drone sniper? What's that mean?
I think it means we have a president that isn't afraid to make hard decisions.
You piece of crap Americans, vaccinate for Pete's sake. We got this new booster that's like a gas, a seeping gas that'll, creep through your floorboards and windowsills like some kind of bad dude.
How can people oppose this?
I know, it's like, so the government wants to force us all to breathe in green gas against our will. You think you're gonna abuse that power? Give me a break.
Yeah, that's right, hombre. I'm still president and I'm still alive. But knock, knock, who's there? Robot hornets coming to your house to inject you with vaccines. All right, got that, Jack? Come on, coming at you.
I mean, if the choice is between a 99% survival rate or robot hornets, I'm taking the robot hornets every time.
How can people be so selfish as to oppose invasive robot hornets forcibly coming into your home and injecting you with a vaccine? How? How?
These face huggers ain't so much hug your face, but rather ram a thick tube-like organ down your throat, pumping your stomach with good old Johnson & Johnson. That's the good one, right? Or was it Pfizer? Whatever. Pumping your stomach with... Listen up, you've been patient, and now we only got one more thing for you to do, and that's it. To beat COVID, we need each and every American to go and get your booster from your own personal super comfy vaccination pod. Okay?
Well, I trust him.
Sounds good. Whoa, whoa, whoa. They want us to get in there?
After all we've been through, it all led to this?
Sounds good to me. Not an overreach of power at all.
You got that right.
The message to the unvaccinated is that you will not achieve any further freedom unless you get vaccinated. And a further and final message to regional New South Wales. There are parts of regional New South Wales that are currently open. The 70% roadmap does apply to the whole state. So there will be individuals in regional rural New South Wales who choose not to be vaccinated who will lose their freedoms on the 11th of October. So my message to everybody in regional and rural New South Wales is to continue to get vaccinated.
Repercussions if they don't have a mask.
If you don't want.
The problem we have here is because APRA, the Australian Health Practitioners Regulatory Board, is controlling the knowledge on vaccine science, doctors have been gagged from speaking up with autonomy when they look at the medical literature and they see the risks that are involved with vaccines, and they're not allowed to speak about those because it's dismissed as anti-vaccination. So we have now what we call the COVID Medical Network. They're the Australian doctors speaking up, and they have a website. They've recently put out a letter, an open letter to all GPs in Australia, because they know that GPs are not getting the correct information about.
I actually think we can aim for the highest possible vaccine coverage, and that will allow us to go about our business in a more normal way. Now, can I stress, we will not be ever having to go back to pre-COVID levels. We're always going to have to be mindful that COVID exists. We're going to have to engage with booster shots. We're going to have to engage with advice from time to time. When we see outbreaks, we're going to have to respond. So it's not going to go back to normal. We can't deny that we're going to have to live with COVID. But having those very high vaccination levels will allow us to have more minimal restrictions or more minimal public health measures in place as we navigate the future years with COVID. We will not be ever having to go back to pre-COVID levels.
That's fucking stupid. I mean, really, what is wrong with these people?
Well, Mark, we're just 13 days away from our first so-called Freedom Day, easing restrictions only for the fully vaccinated. You'll be allowed 5 vaccinated visitors to your home. Groups of 20 will be allowed outdoors. Restaurants, pubs and other hospitality venues can reopen at 1 person per 4 square metres. Retail stores can reopen. Hairdressers and nail salons with a maximum of 5 clients. Gyms will be back, offering classes of up to 20 people. Now, weddings can have up to 50 guests and dancing is allowed. Funerals up to 50 people as well. Churches and other places of worship can open, but with no singing. Major venues like stadiums, zoos and theme parks can have 5,000 guests. Cinemas, theatres, museums and galleries will also be back. Again, only for the fully vaccinated in this first stage. Mark.
They look like us, talk like us, even seem to think like us. And yet they are not. Human clones, complete biological duplicates. Could they soon be living among us? According to some researchers, they already are. Multiple whistleblowers have testified that human cloning was developed by highly classified black budget military projects.
Since '38, we've been making clone people.
Could some of your favorite entertainers have been secretly replaced with clones?
Yep.
What about politicians or world leaders? Welcome to a brave new world of human cloning, where complete duplicates of anyone living or dead can be created to order.
Have I met a clone? Yeah, I think I met some clones before.
See?
Really?
So there's clones amongst us.
Now, with stunning new scientific breakthroughs and several celebrities, including Nicki Minaj and B.O.B., tweeting about human cloning, what was once relegated to the realm of science fiction now appears to be a reality. It's time to take a closer look at human cloning. In 1997, researchers in Scotland created worldwide controversy when they announced the successful cloning of the first mammal, Dolly the sheep.
Cloning, cloned from an adult sheep in a laboratory.
The first adult mammal to be successfully cloned.
The news was that scientists in Scotland had successfully cloned a sheep in a laboratory.
If a lamb, why not a man?
The front page of Time magazine asked, will there ever be a...
RT says, in retrospect, how outrageously inhumane were those dumb rules and restrictions. Good grief, people were so gullible. Yeah, I agree, but it's the in retrospect part, because for me, nothing's changed. Other than my ability to emotionally process, my nerves are, my synapses are burned out. But for me, from the time they declared global pandemic, I knew I was just fully immersed in it, me personally. So in many ways, it's amazing that I'm even still here. Is it a clone or is it a doppelganger? What's up, Terry? Hey, if you weren't here earlier, we played an old Croco live stream from D Live that I had from 2021 that I had hanging out on my hard drive, and you were mentioned, as was myself. And then a lot of your comments were coming up on the screen. So if you want to rewind the broadcast later and check it out, I think you might enjoy that.
Another you. January 24th, 2018. Scientist...
Well, he's good, Jake. We can talk about Drew in the live chat. But yeah, you're free to go back at him too. So I'm not trying to tell people how to internet.
At the Chinese Academy of Sciences and Institute of Neuroscience in Shanghai, announced the first successful cloning of a rhesus monkey, breaking a key barrier to the development of human clones. But is this achievement really the first of its kind? It is generally accepted that classified government research projects are typically 2 or 3 decades ahead of their open source equivalents, meaning the technological and scientific advancements made by the shadow government are roughly 30 years ahead of what is available to the general public.
Oh, now you know about cloning. Cloning techniques, since 38 we've been...
Well, hypothetically, J.J. Wolf, that matter's not yet settled, sir. So hypothetically, accepting your premise, I still have time to correct the error of my ways, right? Indeed, Terry. Indeed.
1938 they've been making clone people. There's 8 countries making clones. I have a doctor
Okay,
friend
but
that
I
all
want
it
to know
does
where
is treat the clones.
Where do you get your information?
I get it from some of the people that are willing to come forth, and they talk to me because they hope I'll put the information out, because they always got 2 people following them, and they need to be killed. If I start talking about cloning too much, the people that get involved in it
Is JJ Wolf Drew?
Repercussions if they don't have a mask.
I never know who people
in,
are.
You don't have to.
Yeah, that's right. It's called banter. Oh, man.
Hey, celebrity prostitutes, bribed politicians, controlled media whores, thug law enforcers on a power trip, and indoctrinated allopathic drug pushers.
The indignation, the righteous indignation. Remember when this made people feel better? The righteous indignation? It just seems silly. Seems silly, on the back end, right?
Eyes on the future, Australia. Next up.
What did he say, Mum? Facts up, Australia. Like a sunrise.
Facts up, Australia, because together we're stronger.
A few moments later.
Hi, sorry, was it Darren?
Yeah, that's it.
Oh, g'day, mate. Look, I'm just wondering, I've been finding it really hard. I've been trying to get through to your medical department. I'm not sure how to get there. I've rang a few numbers and I was wondering if you could direct me there or even just help me out.
So is that for health insurance you're talking about?
No, not for insurance, for medical advice. Sorry, I just saw an ad on TV last night and you guys were encouraging me to get vaccinated, so I was just wondering if you had the a list of adverse reactions from the vaccination, side effects, mid to long-term side effects, any of that information available to me since you're giving me medical advice. Do you have some doctors there?
No.
No, you're just an insurance company.
Yeah, so I just look.
Like these comments, submitting my authority to the church. Well, that's never going to happen. That's the church would be a man-made institution, and certainly I will not be submitting to the tyranny of man. So that's a bit of a non-starter.
After health insurance.
Okay, but you told me you're encouraging me to get vaccinated, so I just thought you must be like maybe some doctors there, some immunologists.
Hey, Music Holds a Secret, are you still here or what? See, this is what happened every time you bozos show up. You run off some of my best contributors. Anyway, sign in to the live chat if you're still here. Music Holds a Secret, please.
Some virologists, some toxicologists, anything like that?
No.
Okay. So how can you give me medical advice then?
Well, I can't. I sell health insurance, so I definitely cannot give medical advice.
Oh, well, you guys did. You've got an ad campaign telling me to get vaccinated. So you must have some sort of department with doctors. I'm ringing you for medical advice because you guys gave it to me over the TV.
So we underwrite AB health insurance.
Yep.
I'm separate to the rest of them, so I don't know anything about it. I can help with health insurance. I don't know anything about the other.
Okay, is there anyone you can transfer me to? There must be a medical department.
I'll pop you on hold, I'll have a look.
Okay, thank you. Yep, I'm here.
Yep, alright, so yeah, good. Well, I've seen the ads that come up, so it's just, yeah, I've just seen it's encouraging people to go and get vaccinated.
Yeah, sure. So you guys must have some doctors or some immunologists, some virologists, some toxicologists or something like that to give out that sort of medical advice?
No.
No, you don't?
No.
So how can you advise me medically then if you're an insurance company? Oh, he just hung up.
Repercussions if they don't have a mask.
If you don't want to go in, you don't have to.
What if they do?
I'm not going to force anybody. I'm not putting masks on anybody. That's not my job. The order.
So they can go in without the mask.
This is a county health department order.
Okay.
And a policy of the school.
Right.
That if anybody that's going to go in, they got to have a mask on.
There is no policy.
I'm not arguing.
Okay,
Thank
so they can go in, guys. They can go in. They can go in. Go on in, guys.
Go in.
Well, they can't enforce it. Yeah, you guys, they can't touch you. Just go ahead and go in.
They can't touch us. Go in.
They cannot touch you.
Go in. They can't touch us. They actually blocked it. I know. Should I check them out?
They can't touch you guys.
It's a mandate.
No pushing.
You cannot touch students. Oh yeah, drink a bottle of water. Eat
They cannot touch you, guys. There you go. Yeah.
What a victory.
They cannot touch you. Be orderly. Be kind. Be kind and respectful.
Why?
Be kind and respectful.
Give them the middle finger.
Be kind and show respect. I love you guys.
Fuck off. And I have another opportunity today to say this gentleman's name, Nachiketa. Let me know if I'm getting closer. What's up, brother? Are you there?
Oh, perfect. Yes, I'm here.
Yes. I've been working on it.
What's going on, Benton?
Oh, just I found, it's a long story, but I had these old ThinkPad laptops in my storage that I never had time to do anything with because I was truck driving. So I've had time to pull out the hard drives, and I have a habit of saving, videos and files. And so I have a lot of material that I saved during the fake pandemic that we've been going through so far this morning. What about you?
Yeah, great.
Yeah. What about yourself?
I'm doing all right. I went into town yesterday, and then today I was just kind of doing my normal stuff. Wake up and see what's going on. Try to exercise a little bit. Organize, clean up. Just listening in on different things, and saw you live, and so decided to come by and say hello. That's about it. But you were playing a video about cloning, and that guy, I think that you were playing, his name is George Green, right?
Okay.
And he, I first heard of him on Project Camelot. I don't know how you feel about Project Camelot. I think they're a little bit iffy sometimes, but they, have you ever heard of Project Camelot?
No.
No? They were kind of on YouTube. Like there was a lady by the name of Carrie Cassidy, and there's another guy, I think he was Australian or whatever, and they were coming out with a lot of these quote unquote conspiracies type stuff, and they were interviewing, people who are quote unquote like whistleblowers. Some seem kind of legit, some seem a little bit, out there, but they were talking about UFO quite a bit back in like, early 2000s, mid 2000s, somewhere around there. But but the guy, George Green, has a pretty interesting story. He comes from a Southern family, a wealthy family. He got into the meat industry, and he got into financing, and he got to meet a lot of these so-called elite people. But then he came out of it because his his story is pretty interesting, but then he started talking about all the shenanigans that was happening, anyway, he talked about the cloning, and in the movie he also spoke about like how, have you ever heard of this movie called Boys from Brazil?
No.
It's an older movie. It's from 1970s, and the premise is that the Nazis went to South America, Argentina, Brazil, and they wanted to clone. They had his DNA, and they wanted to clone him and create another Hitler. That's the premise of that movie.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm familiar with the idea that Hitler escaped and many of the Germans escaped to Argentina.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So and they wanted to create like and they want to continue on with their Fourth Reich, right, with a new Hitler, and so they cloned a bunch of Hitlers, but they also needed to create like the same type of circumstance that Hitler went through, because Hitler apparently lost his father or something, or one of his parents, like when he was very young, and that traumatized him and made him to be the way he is according to the movie. And so they were trying to create the same conditions with the cloned Hitlers. But according to George Green, the cloning process is exactly the way it's described in the movie, whether it's true or not.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, could you give me the title again of the movie?
Boys from Brazil.
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to look it up later.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah. Yeah. So I guess the idea is that you get an egg or a cell, and then you zap it, so you get rid of all the stuff inside, and then you just inseminate the DNA, infuse the DNA into the cell, according to the movie. I'm no scientist or anything like that, but apparently, I guess, and then you zap it, and then I guess that starts this process, of creating like a zygote, and multi-cell organisms and stuff like this, and then turns into a baby, et cetera, et cetera. And so you can artificially inseminate that egg into a womb, right? And then boom, you got yourself a baby.
So it seems, do you believe that's being done, or?
Yeah, I think if they can clone sheeps, or sheep, why can't they clone humans? Right?
Yeah, I would think so. Yeah, EBT's told a good joke about me, so I'm laughing a little bit. But yeah, the Boys from Brazil film, 1978. Yeah, maybe I can download that. I'm going to bookmark this. I've gotten so forgetful and scatterbrained that I have to make some notes here. So I appreciate your patience. At the very top of the broadcast, we went through many technical difficulties that were mainly based on the decline in my cognitive function. So I'm learning how to deal with these things. Notch. So I appreciate it.
You're all good. You're all good, man. And there's another movie that's kind of interesting. I think it's called The Island, or is it just Island? But it's with Matthew McConaughey and not McConaughey. What's that guy?
DiCaprio.
McLaughlin.
Oh, okay.
No, that McLaughlin guy. I think that he was in Star Wars. He was also in Trainspotting, and then Scarlett Johansson. But they also get into like cloning, and there's like an underground base, and everybody's cloned there, and they're all clones of people who are well off in the real world, but they're like led to believe that they survived some cataclysm, and everybody wants to go to the island, and then it's like a lottery process. But when they get picked, basically they're being harvested.
Yes.
So that's the idea of that movie. It was pretty good. I enjoyed it.
Right on. And real quick, since you mentioned a famous person from Hollywood, Ewan McGregor and Scarlett Johansson, we must take the time to point out that most likely they prey upon children in a predatory fashion, and probably drink the adrenochrome. Because if I don't mention all of this, then the live chat will have to start pointing it out. So I like to head them off at the pass, as it were.
Yeah. No, I don't disagree with that. I think it's almost like part of the contract of becoming famous, and you got to be in the club, and you may not go from 0 to 100 right off, and there's one Dutch guy, he got into like financing and stuff like that, and then he was explaining of the process, that how he was getting involved, and basically it was like starting with like these kind of parties and, you know, like prostitutes and stuff like that. And then they go to like these satanic rituals. And then, you know, like step by step, they kind of gear you into it. And then next thing you know, you're doing very heinous stuff, you know? So, but yeah, I do agree that if you're going to play that game, you know, they want to know that they can count on you, you know, they can trust you. And in order for them to do that, you have to participate and partake in their rituals and stuff.
Yes, blackmail and all of that. Be one of the club, a member of the club.
It's a double-edged sword because, like, on one hand, yes, I think, become, you know, it's just like any kind of substance. You can become addicted, right? It's a drug, right? So you can become addicted and it gives you that high, right? It's adrenochrome. But on the other hand, there's dependency also involved with that though too. And you know, with that, you know, they have all the goods on you though too. So if you ever kind of, you know, like kind of wander off the pasture a little bit, you know, they can bring the hammer down on you because they control the media, right?
Yeah, reel them back in. Reel them back in, as it were.
Yeah, or, you know, when it's their time to go, I guess it's, you know, they'll be sacrificed as well. So
sure, yeah.
I think there's something to that as well.
I think so, yeah. Yeah, I like all of that sort of talk. That's good stuff. Most definitely.
I like, you know, I used to spend a lot of time on Clubhouse. I don't know if you know what Clubhouse is.
Nope.
Okay, Clubhouse is an app.
Oh, well, real quick, I don't do any of these.
Go ahead.
I don't do any of these apps anymore. I was on the internet since '94, and once it got around to a lot of this stuff, I don't ever fuck with any of it anymore. But go ahead.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm just explaining to you what I'm no longer on Clubhouse.
Gotcha.
Or anything like that, but it was kind of it's an app that came out. It's just like, you know, you make a profile just like on YouTube. And then you can meet a bunch of people who are, you know, into the same topics, and there are what's called rooms, and people join rooms and they talk. Anyways, I was spending a lot of time there during the pandemic time, and I met this one lady, and she claimed to have come from an elite family, and she's like, you know, she's got a fake profile and whatnot, but she was going into a lot of details about, like, you know, the various rituals that she had to participate. And, you know, she didn't even really like get her memories back until she was in her teens. But, like, you know, a lot of traumatic things happened to her earlier, but they were all repressed. And when she was kind of coming to, and when she was able to actually escape her family in her 30s, then, you know, she was able to kind of get help and you know, reprogram herself. But, you know, she's still on the run during that time. That was a couple of years ago when I actually started speaking to her about it. And I don't know, for some reason, we got, you know, close. We trusted each other just because I'm some random dude living in the mountains somewhere and I'm not really connected to anybody. So maybe she felt safe to reveal some of this information about it. But she was saying that, yeah, all this conspiracy stuff that, you know, we do get into are more or less right on the button. And, you know, I can't confirm nor deny that she's a real person, but she seemed very real to me.
And she was mainly confirming the conspiracies, it sounds like.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the way she was saying is that, like, a lot of these so-called elite families, you know, we know the names of them, you know, the Kennedys, the Rothschilds, you know, I've forgotten the names of the other ones, but there's, you know, a bunch of Illuminati families, but there's, they shuffle kids around within the family, so too. So even they themselves don't even really fully know where they're coming from, right? And they go through these, you know, MK Ultra type of stuff, like being electroshocked and various tortures and stuff like this, you know, rituals, et cetera, et cetera. So all of that is a real thing. It actually genuinely happens. And I don't know how much you have gotten into Fritz Springmeier's
I've read
work.
I've read the book. How the Illuminati create an undetectable mind control slave. I've read that book, and I do want to point out that I was subjected to a formalized process of mind control from a young age in the Jehovah's Witness cult. But go ahead.
Yeah. So like even these different so-called Christian organizations are infiltrated, and yeah, like the Mormons. I don't know. I can't speak about the Jehovah's Witnesses.
Well,
one of the things
if I could jump in real quick, throughout my entire life, when I meet a Mormon, we have a certain kinship because it seems like we can both tell that we've been through a similar process, even though it's a different religions. But please continue.
Right. And so there's the kind of the front aspect of these organizations, right? And then they have this appearance of being wholesome and godly and all that, but obviously there are a lot of seedy underbelly type stuff that's happening under there that and it's very rampant, and Fritz Meier also was getting into like these Delta Force. These soldiers, they're basically working teams of 4. Mm-hmm. And what was interesting when I was reading that book was that he was talking about how actually they use Mennonites and the Amish because they have children that are unregistered, mm-hmm. and then they can also like bring like an MK Ultra child into that organization, and then so like the basic idea is that they're given kind of a task, and they usually work in the teams of 4, right? And then they're given a target, and they can fabricate anything. Like let's use me as an example. Like Nachiketa is a drug dealer, warlord living in India, and he needs to be get rid of and then they can bring a dossier on me and then give it to them, and then they'll believe it to be what it is. So in their minds, they're doing something good, right? So, and they might get a phone call, and they're programmed in a certain way. They get these coded words and numbers and all this, and different altars are brought up, and then boom, you have a different altar that knows how to, put guns together and operate helicopters and stuff like this. So I think this is all very real in my mind.
Oh yeah, me as well. And certainly having experienced it at least to some degree. I mean, I don't know that I will ever know to what extent. Damn. Apologies, folks. Everything's it's all happening. But yeah, I don't think I'll ever know to what extent I myself was programmed through those same means. But yeah, I firmly believe that that's all real stuff. I don't think it doesn't seem possible otherwise to me.
Yeah, I don't know how much you really want to know, like how deep you want to get involved with all that, to be honest, because like, at least from this lady, her name is Jennifer. That's not her real name, but she that's the name that she went by, and she was very, very close. Like she didn't really reveal very much to anybody. But then, we were able to exchange contacts, and we had a lot of hours and hours. Like we could speak for 4 to 8 hours. She's married, and her husband was also MK Ultra, coming from a different family. He was like Jesuit trained and all that kind of stuff. So they were both on the run. And from her, what's interesting is that I was telling her about the flat earth. I know you're not a flat earther or whatnot, but I've been a flat earther for a while. So that was one of my shticks on Clubhouse, that I talked about, flat earth and Mandela effect and conspiracy theories mainly. And so I hosted a lot of rooms in regards to that. And I was there like almost every day. So when we got talking, she mentioned about a couple guys who actually helped her. There's one guy, he's a kind of a well-known flat earther, like a church guy. His name is Rob Skiba. I don't know if you've ever heard of Rob Skiba.
I'm actually I'm pretty much not involved with any. Like every time people bring up these channels and these creators, I've never heard of any of them. Like never. But
Okay,
yeah, go ahead.
I'm not here to convince you about one thing.
No,
or
no,
another.
no. Well,
It's
real
not
quick,
my,
real quick, Notch.
intention.
Notch, I like to be open-minded and listen. I'm not rejecting what you're saying. I like to sit with the ideas. I don't reject the ideas out of hand. I'm not one of those people. I'm just not into content creators, but I like talking to people like you. That's all I'm saying.
All right.
I don't really go. But go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Rob Skiba is well known within the flat Earth community. He came out and he's a big church guy. And then there's another guy by the name of Russ Dizdar. Russ Dizdar wrote some books, and he wrote this one book called The Black Awakening. And basically, and I haven't been able to get a hold of this book, unfortunately, and there are not many copies out there. But from his research, you know how every year, like America alone, you got anywhere between 800,000 to a million kids that go missing, right?
Yes.
It's a pretty big number, you know, and so year after year, for many years, for decades, you have 800,000 to a million kids that go missing. That's just, you know, a whole lot. And so the question is, like, what happens to them? You know, do they all get involved in the sex trafficking and stuff like this? And yes, some do, and some do get sacrificed and all that. I don't want to get morbid and whatever, but like, you know, this is just reality as I see it. And what he is saying, that a lot of them are being MK Ultra'd, you know, places like Montauk and places like China Lake, okay? And they get rounded up to different locations and they get MK Ultra, and then they get put through like a foster care type of system. You know, they get, you know, involved with these families who themselves were MK Ultra'd. And basically, they end up becoming kind of like sleeper cells, according to Russ Dizdar. Okay, so you know you have all these millions of Americans who are already MK Ultra, living out their lives, having regular jobs. You know, like they could be doctors, lawyers. You know, they could be policemen, firefighters, and they're just regular people. Okay, and according to Russ Dizdar, the idea is when the time comes, you know, that it's going to be like kind of like in Star Wars, you know, like when the Emperor Palpatine orders like, you know, Order 66, right? Like he's like telling everybody, okay, this is the coup that's going to happen, you know, all at once. So that's, whether that's true or not, that's part of what he is talking about in his book, The Black Awakening. But anyways, there were 4 individuals who ended up helping this lady. Rob Skiba was one of them. Russ Dizdar was another one, and 2 other guys I've never heard of. And all 4 of them died within 2 weeks, you know, after they started helping her, according to her. Now, I've talked to other people about this, and you know, they said that Rob died of the sea in the hospital, and you know how the hospitals were putting people on ventilation and remdesivir and all that kind of stuff. That was basically a death sentence for these people. But I have to think a lot of these people, they were in their 40s and 50s and 60s and had a healthy lifestyle and were doing fine. And all of a sudden, them killing over, you know, within a short period of time, I have to be very suspicious, because we do know that they don't want to just go out and make a scene of things out of these people. They want to make it look like it's a quote unquote an accident, or some kind of cancer or disease. It's just better for everybody that way. It's a lot more quiet, and then on a down low that way, so you don't make martyrs out of them.
Yeah, good stuff. I'm listening intently, sir.
Okay. Yeah. So I don't know if this is interesting to you or the people who are here, but I'm just sharing some information.
Oh yeah, I think they're enjoying it.
Yeah. Yeah.
When I don't,
What's the Black Awakening.
When I don't know much about a topic, I tend to mostly listen. So go ahead, sir.
Yeah. So these people, Russ Dizdar had basically he was kind of chosen because like he was helping a lot of people who were trying to escape the MK Ultra and these families, because it is a cult, right? And you know, they don't just make it very easy for anybody to just, you know, walk out willy-nilly. And on top of that, of course, you have you know, Fritz Springmeier's work on how, you know, these MK Ultra programmings work, because you have different alters and you have also like the suicide alters that are there as well, right? So these people become they're called you know, multiple personality disorders, but then they changed it to dissociative identity disorder, DID, right? And
Yes.
according to this lady, Jennifer, she comes from an elite family. Now, I promise not to mention which lineage she came from, so I'm not going to mention it, but it's all these names that, you know, we talk about, you know, who are quote unquote part of the Illuminati. Regardless, she was basically saying that yes, this you know, like a lot of these like suicide hotlines, you know, you heard about the suicide hotlines, and they're also controlled by these people. So, you know, when they get a call from a person like her, you know, and saying that, you know, basically that phone call gets rerouted to the handlers, you know, their handlers, because everybody's got a handler. You know, like with the Nazis, when you know, what was that guy's name? He was doing experiments on twins in Germany during World War II. You remember that guy?
I do, but unfortunately, with my illness, my part of my mental function is I'm having trouble recalling certain things that I know, but it's in there somewhere. I can't get to it right now, but yes.
Yeah, it's at the tip of my tongue. But anyways, he came over, right, with a bunch of other Nazis on Operation Paperclip, right? So you got like, you know, hundreds, if not up to 1,000, you know, Nazi guys, scientists, and that was the real spoils of war, right there. So he, Mengele, Dr. Mengele, right? That was his name, Dr. Mengele. And when he came over, he changed his name to Dr. Green. And and Jennifer was actually friends with a lady by the name of Bryce Taylor, who came out and she wrote a book called The Transformation of America. And she also talked about her experience as a beta sex slave, being MK Ultra. So, you know, according to Fritz Springmeier, at a very young age, like even at 1.5, 2 years old, they have like a personality assessment test that they do on the babies to know, like, you know, what their capabilities are, what their IQ is, what their temperament is, what they're afraid of, you know, what they're motivated with, you know, so they know so their life is kind of mapped out from a very early age of, you know, who they're going to be, right? And, you know, so there are different, you know, quote unquote jobs to do as these kind of program robots, these program slaves. So, yeah, it's fascinating stuff.
Yeah, man, well said. I like how you went on through that. Sorry, I'm playing around with my computer here, trying to get back to a stopping point. Give me just a second. I had some music playing while you were talking. Now the sound's all wonky. What do you mean by wonky? What happened, Provo Kid? But yeah, that's interesting about the dissociative identity disorder. And, you know, Herschel Walker is supposedly running for Congress, and he was diagnosed with multiple personality disorder, now known as DID. I didn't know if you were aware of that.
No, I wasn't. I don't really follow politics too much. I mean.
Yeah, me neither.
I don't have a lot of faith in the left-right paradigm. But you know what's interesting? What's another?
What'd you mean by wonky, Provo Kid? And you're bored? Okay, you're back. Go ahead. You borged out, but you're back.
Yeah. So when first cases of multiple personality disorders were coming out. Australia, these type of places. In Asia, maybe they weren't able to identify it, but like the cases were like 100 times more that was coming from the West. Is that, or the theory is that people are MK Ultra, right? And then they have this kind of traumatic experience, and then some get kind of lost a little bit, and it's not like somebody's hovering over them 24/7 and watching over them. They're like programmed in a particular way, and they're living out their lives. And then sometimes the handler dies from an accident or a heart attack, whatnot. And then if they lose their handlers, then these people who are MK Ultra, they start to, things start to kind of unravel inside them, and then they start to come out, and they're like, schizophrenic and experiencing multiple, versions of themselves. And that was a kind of a phenomenon that was happening predominantly in the West, more than anywhere else. So it's just another kind of evidence for what's happening in the Western countries with the so-called MK Ultra and multiple personality disorder. But yeah, it's all kind of tied in a very in a dark, sinister way with all that is happening in politics, in the music industry, in the movie industry, you name it. They own practically all the major pillars of society.
Mm-hmm. Well, and that's why I brought up Herschel Walker, because he was a Heisman Trophy winning football player, very famous football player, who's been formally diagnosed with multiple personality disorder. And then I wasn't even trying to bring up the political implications. That's how he's been in the news of late, is because he's running for office. But I don't think Herschel's very famous, even, just from sports. And I don't think many people realize that has that diagnosis.
I think there are a lot of athletes who are suffering from multiple personality disorder, not just.
I agree, but he has a formal diagnosis. Like, you can go to his Wikipedia page and it says that he has it. But I agree. I think I think the vast majority of those folks. Now, since I'm always looking for a way to mention my grandfather. I had a famous ancestor that played in the NFL, and he had a record for most receiving yards in one game. It was 10 catches for 303 yards on November the 22nd of 1945. So that's that comes out to a 33.
There's a lot of
Yeah, well, I wasn't done.
There. I was just going to say.
No, there's more. There's more. His college number was 33 as well. But yeah, it's wild, man, how that happens. And my grandfather told me directly that he actually had more than 303 yards. He'd had a longer run that should have been for a touchdown after he caught the ball, but he chalked it up to a referee error. He was called down when he should not have been called down. So it makes me think whoever was in charge of, running the game, made sure that record stayed at 303 yards for like 40 years. And then 5 years later, another player almost broke the record. He went for 302 yards. And, there's your 32. Yeah, exactly. Or a 322, close to a 322. Yeah. Just all these bizarre things,
Yeah, I don't really believe in coincidences.
I don't either.
Myself.
I don't either, sir. Me neither. Yeah, go ahead.
And so I think there are some things that are kind of like, fabricated, like they just kind of fudge the numbers and cook the books any which way they can. But there are other things that are really beyond my comprehension as to how and why things happen the way they do, though. So yes. Sometimes it's hard to, distinguish between them.
Yes, I feel the same way. I certainly don't have all the answers, but I enjoy, thinking about it and trying to figure it out. And I want to show real quick to to you, if you can see your screen. I'm going to try to make this bigger, but it's going to be hard. Hang on, let me share the screen. It's going to be hard to see. This is Google Maps. This is my hometown, Pine Bluff, Arkansas. We technically lived in this city called Whitehall, which is connected to Pine Bluff, Arkansas. And then let's see if we can zoom in any. And then you'll see where it says Pine Bluff Arsenal, Plainview Gate. That's the National Centers for, it's NCTR. I forget what it stands for. National Centers for something research. I always forget what the T stands for, but it has to do with like biological type warfare type of things. Now, what they claim is that they've stored all these leftover chemical weapons from, leftover wars, like all this Agent Orange and nerve gas. So from where that edge of that facility is to the home in which I grew up is 5 miles as a crow flies. And then you have all of these.
Wow.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And then I had, for like an entire year as a young person, I had this unexplained nasal drainage where like this horrible tasting fluid seemed to be draining through my nasal passage, like down the back of my throat. They took me to doctors that nobody had any idea what it was. It eventually just cleared up on its own. And this is where I talk about I may have undiagnosed autism, because there was not a single person diagnosed with autism, when and where I grew up. And my thing is like, well, certainly somebody had to have it, right? And we know that other than the jabs, what science claims is that the main connection between children who become autistic is the mother being exposed to pollution in the womb. So me growing up that close to that facility could have something to do with that. And then there was a football player for the Dallas Cowboys from my hometown. I believe his name was Kevin Smith, I think, or it might have been Kevin Jones. And he had some kind of unexplained like viral infection when he was playing in the NFL. And they said that he would have died. And the doctors, and whether this is true or not, I have no idea, but the doctors had described a process whereby they more or less had to cut him open and just try to like, do whatever they could to, directly kill whatever this viral or bacterial infection was. So a lot of, bizarre things like that had happened. And then there's tie-ins also with other famous football players who grew up in that same area, and they all played the same position in football. Even the Bear Bryant, the famous college football coach. And then that 69-79 Smith is always making these, like, a lot of the gematria people make these connections between Kobe Bryant and Bear Bryant. And I think it's very interesting, that all of that happened. And then the tie-ins with my grandfather, and all the 33 codes, and even somebody like Martha Mitchell, who supposedly, she was the wife of Attorney General John Mitchell, I believe his name was, when Nixon was president. And she was actually credited with being the one that like blew open the doors on Watergate. Supposedly, if she hadn't been talking to the press, maybe that wouldn't have even come out at all. So it's like all of these things happening like in just one, area of the country, I find to be, like super interesting. But wanted to see if you had any response to any of that.
No, I mean, I think there's some truth to gematria and, these numbers and, how they're connected. I mean, I'm not sure how much like predictive programming there's to it, but there was a cartoon showing Kobe Bryant, dying in a helicopter crash.
Yeah, I saw
right?
that. Yes.
Right.
Yes.
And Kobe was buried in in a place called Corona, right? Mm-hmm. And so they changed the name since then, I think. But it's just all really wild stuff. When you start to think about these coinky dinkies and how they're all tied in with each other.
Yeah, absolutely.
So it's beyond me. It's really beyond me. It's like I think there's got to be some kind of like high intelligence or AI type thing. They're like making events happen, because I cannot imagine an individual or group of individual like being able to plan out all these things. At least in my small brain of mine, I maybe it's possible. I don't know. That's the problem I had with the QAnon stuff though too. I mean, I was back in 2020, I was actually like very much thinking like, oh yes, Trump, he's a renegade and he's a billionaire guy and he sees what's going on, and I was a little bit supportive of all this stuff. And then a year went by, and then I was just like, wait a minute, like none of the things that are panning out the way I thought they were going to pan out, and the swamp is not getting drained anytime soon type of deal. So I became a little bit disillusioned, after a while, and then I start to lose faith in that whole movement, and saw that as like a kind of another psychological operation.
Yeah, absolutely. And then like what you're talking about, with the things potentially being planned out, but we don't really know how that would be done. And something else I find interesting, especially it seems to me like most likely I was subjected to at least a light form of this MK Ultra, but way back in the day, right? And then with the tie-in with my dad was my father, and that was my dad's dad, who was the famous ancestor, and it was literally national news when he passed away. So I mean, like on Sports Center, it was like an AP news story and all of this, nationwide. So it was something of a big deal when he died shortly before 9/11 in 2001. But I think it's interesting. You saw like Bear Bryant and my grandfather went to the same high school in Arkansas, this little town of Fordyce, Arkansas. And then Bear Bryant ended up playing at the University of Alabama. He played receiver like my grandfather did. And then another receiver, Don Hudson, was like the number one receiver of the early NFL. And when my grandfather retired, my grandfather was number 2 all time in NFL receiving. Don Hudson was number 1. And then you had Bear Bryant, all 3 white boys, and of course it was no blacks playing back then, but these 3 men from the same part of Arkansas, essentially. And then Bear Bryant and Hudson both go to Alabama. And then Bear Bryant eventually becomes the head coach of Alabama. But then before that, he almost went to become the head coach at the University of Arkansas. And then at a certain point, my grandfather, who was also a football coach later on, was potentially in line for becoming head coach at Arkansas, which makes me wonder whoever the powers that be, like behind the scenes, were they considering possibly doing at Arkansas what ended up happening at Alabama with, building up Bear Bryant as like this mythical coach, and then, all of these things that have occurred. I think it's very interesting. I find it fascinating.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not familiar with all that, but down south, I know they take football very seriously.
Oh yeah,
right. I mean, it's the
biggest thing.
It's a big deal.
It used to be the biggest thing there is. I think that's changing to some extent, but yeah, certainly, yeah, it's a big deal. And I used to be a big sports fan, mostly basketball, but unfortunately, the so-called truth community has broken me of that, because certainly it's just about all fake. I don't think hardly is legitimate.
Yeah, I mean, I think when you have like the gambling industry that's like, much bigger than the actual sports industry, yes, they make some revenues from tickets and all that, and they have to pay the players off and all. But at the end of the day, if they can fudge the numbers to be in their favor, right? Because there's a lot more money going into gambling for these sports betting, right? So I have to think there's some agendas happening there. So, and what else? Oh yeah, and there's that other agenda of these sports in general that where America is very sports orientated country, right?
Yes.
Like people are very much into football, baseball, hockey, you name it, like golf, basketball. And a lot of like billions and billions of dollars go into it. So you have a lot of these like kind of like alpha male types, who would be good leaders and be a good like leaders in a community. Like it's a good way if they are able to, and they are very talented. Nobody denies that. They're very talented, hardworking, and very single-minded in their approach to become a professional athlete, and they get paid millions of dollars to do that. But when they do that, they kind of, the people who are in the league kind of take some pieces, they get them under their paycheck in a way, right? Like, yes. And then, these guys who are like, 6'6", 250 pounds,
yes.
Imagine them being out in the streets protesting, against the injustices of the world.
Yeah,
like who would want to mess with it?
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great point. And we had an athlete, a white guy here in Arkansas. It was many years ago now, but his name was Matt Jones, and he was a 6'6", 240 pound quarterback in college, and then he got drafted into the NFL as a wide receiver. He got down to like 220 pounds. He ran a 4.40 at the combine, and he was basically the same stats as this Calvin Johnson, Megatron, who was the best receiver in the NFL. But a lot of these Arkansas guys end up going to the NFL and they get their first contract and they just save their money. And then, my theory is that the system tries to get them to do things that are against their principles. And then in spite of their prodigious athletic talent, they never really, like Matt Jones ended up getting kicked out of the league because he ended up in the substance abuse program. And he was out playing golf and drank a couple of beers, and then they tested him, and that was like, oh, okay, it's your last chance. But we know a lot of these big stud athletes, can pretty much do whatever they want, and they don't ever get kicked out of the league. So to me, that was some kind of sign that he must have done something. He was unwilling to probably go all the way, with if we're going to call it the Illuminati, or he was unwilling to follow whatever the program laid out for him was. I have to think there's something like that at play.
Yeah. Yeah, there's got to be some stragglers here and there. They can't control everybody, but for the most part, they got everything down, down pat. They know what motivates people, and they often give them the kind of deal that they can't refuse. Either a bit bigger paycheck, or you're gonna lose out on opportunities and your livelihood, your career and stuff, and unless you bend the knee, right? And, you're going to go down on the 4th round if we tell you to go down on the 4th round as an example, right? Otherwise, or else.
Yeah, absolutely. And then, that kind of makes me wonder what exactly was going on with my grandfather. Was he, unknowingly involved in some things, or did he know something? Or, and then there was a guy, Ray Hamilton, that he played with at Arkansas, who I believe also played in the NFL. And my dad said that when they went to Ray Hamilton's funeral, that my grandfather, Jim Benton, told my dad something. Or no, I don't think my father went, but I'll have to ask my dad when I see him. But my dad told me that Jim, my grandfather, said that it was a Rosicrucian funeral, whatever that means. But I don't even know what that means. But so my grandfather was at least potentially involved with some of these people, but to what extent, I have no idea. But yeah, interesting.
There's probably a little bit of a wink and a nod kind of deal, It's just like the Georgia Guidestones, right? And it's the who was the sponsor for the Georgia Guidestone is RC Christian or something like that, right? And it's a kind of like a little bit of a wink and a nod that maybe the Rosicrucians are involved. For me, all these fraternities are more or less they have different faces, but they all work for the same people in my mind. And a lot of people, they're mostly just kind of very they don't get above the if I join the Freemasons, I don't think I would ever be able to go to the 33 or 32 degrees. They'll just probably keep me at 3rd degrees and let me party up and give me good opportunities and jobs and stuff like that, give me contracts and whatnot. But I won't be privy to higher teachings according to them, right? I think you got to be genetically disposed, come from a certain pedigree in order to be able to get up to the top.
Yeah, I think that's probably true. Yeah, definitely. It's, man, I don't even know what to say about all of that.
I mean, there's not much to say. I mean, it's even if you're aware of what's going on, there's not much to be done about it. And it's just for a conversation, more or less, and just to see, hey, what is your view on reality? Okay, my view. And so we're just shooting the shit. And I'm not really necessarily here to, change the world. I mean, I know, at least for myself, I just work on myself and try to be a better man today than I was yesterday, et cetera, et cetera. But, it's always a constant up and down type of deal that, the grind of everyday life, takes a toll on you over a period. And, I kind of feel that it's not everybody's meant to see, what we see.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree with that, certainly. I believe it's too disorienting for a lot of folks to even consider this type of information.
It's how, that's the most, I would say, well, I don't know if it's the most, but it's like one of the tactics is that you conflate things to a point where you really don't know what up or down is.
Yes.
You don't know anything is, and you get to a point where you now, before finding that truth, because the truth can be obfuscated or omitted, and so there was a conspiracy and a layer, but then you put too much information out there, right, on the internet, so it could be anything now. So like people kind of get lost in the sauce of like what could be happening and who's doing it and why they're doing it, because there's just too much shit that's going on.
Indeed, sir. Indeed. Yeah, man. Thanks for helping us cover all those topics. Did you have anything else in mind today, or?
No, not really. Just wanted to say hi, and then yeah, I think cloning is real. I think maybe even these cyborgs or androids could be also real, and I think there could be a very high echelon of technology that a lot of us are not privy to. So whatever that they are presenting us in terms of quantum computers and this new technology, the state of the art technology that they present to us, I can't believe that is the final line of things. I think there's got to be things behind the scenes that we don't even know about. And some people say that the secret government technology is 50 years, hundreds of years, I don't know how many years ahead of us they are, but like if so, then I think it's also very possible that they could be manning some of these crafts. And maybe it's a kind of another way to conflate things. Maybe there are genuine Foo Fighter crafts, and maybe the Nazis did find a place in Antarctica where they got away from everybody and created their own breakaway civilization. And maybe they also have, maybe there's some other civilizations out there who's got their own crafts, and why not throw our own government crafts in there with it? So it just confuses everything, so you don't know who is and where it's coming from. I don't know. So I'm just rambling.
Oh, I love it. Yeah, it's great. It's good stuff. Definitely.
Yep. Well, anyways, good talking with you. I'm gonna, I'll sign off for now, and then if I got something more, I'll share next time.
Hey, thanks for stopping by. Much appreciated as always. We'll look forward to the next appearance, hopefully.
All right, you take care now.
You
Bye.
as well. Bye-bye. Nachiketa, ladies and gentlemen. And Benton here in the library, I'm getting to practice my inside voice, which actually I've never managed to develop in my 48 years. So we'll work on that. I noticed earlier there were some people on the other side of that glass. They were sitting at a table, and they hung in there for a while, but then I got a little animated with talking to Nachiketa there, and finally they left, although they may have just been leaving anyway, right? Yeah, no, Jake, I like to err on the side of, with some of these folks, I don't want to just immediately kick them out, right? So I like to give them a little bit of space, but as you can see, by reading that person's posts, and with me having religion forced down my throat from such a young age, I can't forcefully, push religion. Not that I would anyway, but I'm also very sensitive to people who push religion, and there's a certain aggressiveness that we seem to see, in the way that religion is pushed. And, I know this is where I align with Paul Enslaved a little bit, who likes to say that he knows, other people. Well, this is my version of his message. This is speaking only for myself. I know myself because I know other people because I know myself. And I lost my point. Man, I hate when that happens. Seems like they're soft trolling. Yeah, but I think they really Provo, I agree with you to a certain extent, but I think they really do believe that. But see, here's where the troll comes in. Okay, when I say I know them because I know myself, so I know them, I'm not willing to accept that they actually care about my everlasting soul, Provo Kid. Now, you could call me cynical for that, right? Yeah, good stuff. JJ was spurging out, indeed. Well, and did Music Holds a Secret, I'm pretty sure you can ban people. It's called hide user in chat, I think it's called. So I trust your judgment. If they ever get too froggy with the religious stuff, you're more than welcome to pull the trigger. But for that specific user, I'd said not to ban him, so don't worry about that. But appreciate y'all's help. But yeah, I'm very sensitive to aggressiveness, and as me being an aggressive person by nature, I tend to react to someone else's aggressiveness with my own aggressiveness, right? And in my younger days, I could almost always become more aggressive than whoever was becoming aggressive towards me. I think those days are over, arguably, but probably. Okay, good deal. Yeah, that was my fault. I wasn't using the correct terminology. Music Holds a Secret. I should have, if I had used the correct terms, I think. So I'll take an L on that one, right? But yeah, I'm just not willing to accept that these people actually have an actual, real desire for me to pass into the gates of heaven. I just don't believe that. Now, I don't know that they're necessarily opposed to it, but why would they even care? I don't see any evidence of that. Now, maybe I'm just wrong, and I'll certainly, I'll certainly be observing and watching and looking to see if perhaps I am mistaken, right? And then focus, camera. Here comes Goose. How is Goose Bandana not? I think. Oh, that's what happened. I actually had I cleared the hidden user list. That's what happened. Yeah. And I don't know if people want to come to this broadcast and troll. I guess, I'm not here to give directives, right? Like, I'm not here to be like, well, go start your own broadcast, because I don't like being told what to do. And I am prone to hyperbole, right? I'm prone to hyperbole. See, I can hear people. There must be people in those other study rooms. I don't know that this is going to work out in the long term for the broadcast, but I'm certainly enjoying if anybody saw when I did that internet speed test. Well, yeah, see, that's the thing, Provo. Yeah, I understand. Yeah, I realize I'm aware of the don't feed the troll dynamics, but then you also get into never wrestle a pig. You both get muddy and the pig likes it, and I'm typically the pig in that scenario, right? Like, I do thrive on those dynamics to some extent. Thanks, Dow. Yeah. Well, once I finally get my head out of my ass, it just took me a little while to get my setup going here. But yeah, it was cool talking to Notch there. But EBT can probably tell you, even going back to the old Discord days, most of these creators, these content creators that are truthers, I've typically never heard of any of them. Oh, thanks, Crumley. Yeah. Well, I don't, because I like, for some reason, I like to be loud and proud and heard. I don't know why that is, but yeah, maybe eventually I'll be able to talk, speak softly. What a mess. Thank you, Kubahara. I never have figured out how to say your name. Thank you, sir. I like what you're doing. I need to go back check in on your channel. Let's promote this gentleman's channel while we're at it. Hey, O'Shea, would you like to come up? No pressure. You don't have to, but if anything's on your mind, feel free, sir. But you're certainly welcome to stay in the chat. I have absolutely no issue with that. But let me promote this fella's channel real quick, if it'll let me. Yeah, go to channel. It's at BARHA91. So check him out. If we could pump his numbers up, if you're so inclined. I know some folks won't just randomly subscribe to things, and that's fine. I'm that way as well sometimes. Oh, I never even saw this. I'm glad you popped in. It's funny because I was actually on this live stream that this was taken from, I'm assuming, right? Or is this an older one? This is the one that I popped into later, right? And if it is, that means, because I don't believe EBT has this up anymore. So I'm pretty sure that Q Bahara was smart enough to either download it before it got privated, or he screen captured it. So well done, sir.
So he can suck on it and soothe himself, please.
Pathetic fucking loser.
Okay. Hey, Drew, cockbody, I think I'm gonna go. A little nipple on it so he can suck on it and soothe himself, please.
Pathetic fucking loser.
Okay. Hey, Drew, a little nipple on it so he can suck on it and soothe himself, please.
Pathetic fucking loser.
Okay. Hey, Drew, cockbody, under my proposed system, so
fat slave.
yeah, I'd rather not. So under my proposed system.
Stand up, fat slave.
Okay, I can't answer the super chat because EBT is acting out like a broken drunk child.
I'm acting out like a broken child.
Desperate for attention.
Stand up, fat slave.
Someone give him attention, please, so he can stop yelling and acting out. Someone get him his Baba.
Somebody fucking mute me. Somebody
can we get him his Baba, please?
Stand up, fat slave.
Someone bring some whiskey with a little nipple on it so he can suck on it and soothe himself, please.
Pathetic fucking loser.
Okay. Hey, Drew, cockbody, I think I'm gonna go. Because this guy, as usual, is drunk and unhinged.
Like a bitch.
Yeah, there's nothing to run from. It's a pathetic embarrassment.
He's making more money than me just sitting there doing nothing. But he's gonna run. All right, good to have you.
You made $20. You get to split that 2 or 3 ways, so it's a successful broker.
Well, it's funny, the people who like to talk about other people running. Drew popped up on Paul's live stream, and then I popped in, and Drew ran.
Nipple on it so he can suck on it and soothe himself, please.
Pathetic fucking loser.
Okay. Hey, Drew, cockbody.
That's funny. Good times. Well, Provo's a mod now, although he'll probably ask to be demodded, or he, in Benton fashion, will probably never actually use his mod powers. Because I get modded in all these other channels, and I never actually moderate anybody. But yeah, pretty cool channel. He comes up with some unique slants on things. And it's funny how the algorithm works. You know, it's like out of sight, out of mind. It's like I was watching a lot of his stuff, and then it's just in the information overload. You know, once the videos quit hitting the algorithm, it's easy to just forget about a channel, right? All the more reason to go live every day. Crumley says, y'all better be glad I can't make enough as a streamer as I do in real life. You can see my ugly mug all over these streets. I hear you, brother. I hear you, man. That's funny. RT says there's an entire herd of YouTube content creators whose primary shtick is flat Earth. So if Benton is not in that topic, it's understandable. Well, and actually, it's not just flat Earth, RT. I mean, I'm talking about across the board, like in many different areas. Like I'm familiar with, you know, the ideas of flat Earth. I've never connected them with a particular human being or collection of human beings, right? And I'm not against flat Earth. I certainly don't. It doesn't seem to me like it could possibly be a ball spinning through space the way you know, we've been led to believe. But I'm not willing to just be like, oh yeah, well it has to be a disc or whatever. And I don't really care, to be honest with you. It's not, or I should say, it's not my concern. But yeah, and I will say this: I don't personally believe that even necessarily portrays EBT in a negative light. I think some of us, especially, well, I don't want to speak for EBT, but just speaking for myself, I mean, I need to sort of get out there and get a little loose from time to time, you know, blow off a little steam. So I don't think any less of EBT when I see that. So it's not not necessarily a dunking on, right? But he's obviously not above being critiqued in some kind of way, right? Yeah. On what? Oh, Drew is most likely on opioids. I don't know, man. I'm not willing to go there, me personally, but who knows? I don't know. he might just be working his ass off, and those two screaming boys may be not allowing him to get any sleep. You know, that's the thing about, you know, being a certain type of male with probably a high testosterone level and good genetics in a way, and then popping out, you know, knocking his wife up and popping out two boys, and then not giving them any of the injections, right? So those kids are already running wild, right? So who even knows what he's dealing with over there? Hey, shout out to THCO. Hey, and you know, since I'm did I tell y'all that they're giving me my money? I think I mentioned that on the impromptu broadcast this morning when I was walking around, and then we went downtown. Yeah, shout out to THCO. Yeah, well, Drew, EBT, I'm almost 100% sure he's not on drugs. Just for the record, that's why I'm going with the probably those boys don't let him get much sleep, and he's probably working his butt off. Because here's what I know about guys like Drew, from my own personal observation. Once they have some children, now the old Drew might have been different, and maybe that was a less responsible Drew, you know, with his daughters. It's really none of my business, but I'm only saying that what I've seen about, you know, men of a certain characteristics that Drew seems to meet is, you know, when it's time to provide for the family, with the two young children and the wife, he tends to kick their ass in gear. So dude's probably burning the candle at both ends, not getting enough sleep, and then also occasionally, you know, doing live streams and such. So that's just what I suspect is going on, EBT. But yeah, I'm fairly certain he's not. And if he was, it would had to have been from some kind of injury. But yeah, I don't see it that way. I don't think he even drinks or smokes weed anymore. Yeah, I'm at the library. Well, hey, do you want to... Let me show you why I'm at the library, by the way, if anybody's curious. Oh, there's that book. Yeah. Let's do this again. This is always fun. If anybody's curious why I'm at the library... And now that's impressive, but the next one's really impressive. Booyah. That's why we're at the library. Because, man, by now the network gets congested, even on my phone. It's not just the hotel Wi-Fi. Like, it's the actual network, because they have Cox Communications. And then let's see what I'm getting on my phone, although it'll probably be fantastic just to make me look like an idiot. Download's good. What are we getting on the upload? Okay. See, my phone is actually usable right now, but in a couple of hours it won't be. I had like 10 megabits on the upload. I agree with that, RT. I agree with that. Borderline character assassination. Yeah, I've never... I would bet money that Drew ain't on opiates. Like I'd bet $1,000. But, you know, it's somebody that doesn't, you know, that seems to dislike him personally saying that too. Yeah, no, Drew's, I'm you know, whatever things have happened with me and him personally, that hasn't tarnished. You know, for some reason I'm able to separate those things, like Kim Before the Storm going on Truth or Cop. You know, the fact that I intensely dislike Kim personally has nothing to do with that. I do admire how passionate he is, you know, and I actually share some of his views on the legal system, believe it or not. I'm not an anarchist as much as I am at heart, meaning those ideas resonate with me on some level, but then in here I understand that that shit, that's not what, in my opinion, that's not what society needs, is anarchism. So then you get into the necessity of a court system and all these things. Thanks, Raymond. We're at the library, so I'm doing my best not to disturb the other folks. Always showing up in the middle of a dab sesh. I'm thinking about going over to Oklahoma and getting Getting me some dabs. I don't know, G-Spot. You do realize, well, see, this is where we get into some of the personality politics. That's like the Sigma fucking edgelord crew over there, right? And which is not entirely a bad thing. The fact that you're forcefully trying to goad him into answering is effectively guaranteeing that he's not going to answer, or he's busy. The man may actually be busy, but who knows? And some of these folks I used to be friends with metaversally, and as far as I know, me and EBT are as cool as with each other as we've ever been, as far as I can tell. So I would like to think there's some mutual regard there. So, but yeah, the Kim Before the Storm on Truth or Cop, do we want to watch any of that, or did everybody catch it? Oh, yeah. Because, yeah, like I said, I'm pretty sure I'm not going back to truck driving. But yeah, they, that 3 weeks I worked for that company, they did $150 a week escrow, and they said once it hits $1,500, they stopped taking it, and that's just to create a pool of money in case I destroy, damage the truck or whatever. And they said they keep it unless you have to work 90 days, or they keep their escrow. And I had bought some coolant for the truck out of my own pocket, $50 worth of coolant, and then I turned in the receipts, and they sent me a message. They sent me an email, a pay stub, and they're sending me $500 for the $450 worth of escrow, and then $50 for the oil, the coolant rather. So, that was pretty fucking cool, I thought. So unexpected money. So I'm thinking about picking me up some dabs, potentially. Well, I don't know, man. I think y'all might be getting a little too deep with it, but that's not for me to determine, where that line is. That's just my opinion. Right. A lot of people have some opinions about, if Benton is maybe a little too strident at times. And that's the word for, like that awkward exchange that me and O'Shea had. And then, when EBT sort of called me, he didn't really call me out on it, but when EBT brought it up on his live, he said that I do enjoy confrontational, but that's actually not the correct word. It's actually strident, which means presenting a point of view, especially a controversial one, in an excessively and unpleasantly forceful way. Strident. So that's actually, and then also the loud and harsh, grating. But yeah, presenting a point of view, especially a controversial one, in an excessively and unpleasantly forceful way. Stentorian. I never heard of that. What's that word mean? Loud and powerful. I like that. And then we have similar to strident is harsh, raucous, rough, grating, rasping, jarring, loud. Stentorian, shrill, screeching, piercing, ear-piercing, unmelodious, unmusical, discordant. That's also a good one. Discordant meaning disagreeing or incongruous. Incongruous would be interesting in this context because oftentimes Benton is viewed as affable and engaging and easygoing to some extent. So I think the incongruity certainly could play a factor because it's seemingly out of nowhere. Meanwhile, this stridence, if that's a proper term, is always just right below the surface, it seems, ready to rear its ugly head. Yeah, incongruous, not in harmony or keeping with the surroundings or other aspects of something. That's interesting. I don't know. Maybe, Gary, that's interesting. I'm not sure that's true, but it's an interesting way to put it. They are. EBT, I agree, sir. I agree. And by the way, shout out to EBT, who may very well remember that in the early panel days, especially when I started hosting panels, I referred to a lot of the folks that like to join panels as the Paul Unslaved Rejects. So perhaps that's what EBT, I'd like to think that's what he's referencing. But it just may have just been a general insult. But as I've said numerous times, truthers eat their own, right? So we do seem to be in the process of gnawing on our own arms and legs here, don't we? Maybe these folks will make a bunch of racket and I won't have to worry about my loud ass mouth. Well, Drew used to be in Minneapolis, but that's still not that close to Chicago. I mean, it's, in the region, but yeah, still fairly far away. Well, and I want to say this, EBT will remember, and perhaps me and EBT bonded metaversally to some extent on this accord. No sacred cows. So even Gary Baxter is not above being taken to task in the live chat on the basis of no sacred cows. What's up, Tyrannicide? Good to see you, bro. And Angelo Documentation. If you're a real person or a real channel and not at somebody's sock account, and even if you are, good to see you. If you are a sock account, we'll probably come to know that. But I still think that Miss Splurge is a Toilet Bowl Earth alter ego that just gets right to the line but never crosses it. Is that like his one that he wants to make sure never gets banned or muted? And then, is it someone who understands that I will mostly only mute people fairly, but every once in a while I'll jump out the window? But generally speaking, as long as Miss Splurge behaves, it won't be muted. I mean, it's never a dull moment here in the metaverse, is it? All right, back to some either humorous or horrifying videos. By the way, this one is for.
Can I borrow $50?
$30? What do you need $20 for?
This one's for obscenity. This is one of his favorites. So let's share this. Let's share a different screen. Yeah, this is one of obscenity's all-time favorites. He actually had me make a GIF of this when I was laid up in the motel bed for 3 straight months with a broken foot. He requested. I learned how to make GIFs, but the proper way with all these different software programs on Linux. Where I could do it frame by frame and all of this stuff. And this is the video he sent me where he wanted a GIF made of this. Shout out to obscenity. Although I am dead and the fruit killed me, just for the record.
Can I borrow $50?
$30? What do you need $20 for? Oh, I can't believe my loan sign is demanding my last $10. Help! Police! A madman is trying to kill me over $5. You'll be hearing from my lawyer about that $50 you still owe me. Oy vey, Goyen!
Repercussions if they don't have a mask.
Not that. We've seen that 20 times now. Oh, shit. And again, I'm just clicking on videos that I have no idea what they are.
It is statistically impossible for a gay to possess all 5 of the following.
Oh, this is a good
math skills. A good relationship with their father. It is statistically impossible for a gay to possess all 5 of the following. Math skills. A good relationship with their father. It is statistically impossible for a gay to possess all 5 of the following. math skills,
PEMDAS, bitch,
a good relationship with their father. It is statistically impossible for a gay to possess all 5 of the following: math skills, a good relationship with their father. It is statistically impossible for a gay to possess all 5 of the following: math skills, a good relationship with their father.
Repercussions if they don't have a mask.
If you don't want to go in, you don't have to.
Yeah, I thought that was pretty interesting. And, you know, while we're here, right?
Hey guys, it's Matt. I'm not covering the same old thing you think I'm going to be covering here. I think in my conversation with Greg the other day, I think we finally have a theory that's kind of like a breakthrough theory that can get us off the hamster wheel here. Gucci gang, Gucci gang, Gucci gang, Gucci gang, Gucci gang. Hey guys, it's Matt. Gucci gang, Gucci gang, Gucci gang, Gucci gang, Gucci gang. Leap off the hamster wheel. Gucci gang, Gucci gang, Gucci gang, Gucci gang, Gucci gang. Hey guys, it's Matt. Gucci gang, Gucci gang, Gucci gang, Gucci gang, Gucci gang. Netflix, Masters of the Universe, Revelation, woke Skeletor, on purpose. But I'm sick of this. The system. But I'm sick of this. The system. But I'm sick of this. Gucci gang, Gucci gang, Gucci gang, Gucci gang, Gucci gang. Hey guys, it's Matt. Gucci gang, Gucci gang, Gucci gang, Gucci gang, Gucci gang. Leap off the hamster wheel. Leap off the hamster wheel. Leap off the hamster wheel.
Repercussions if they don't have a mask.
If you don't want to go in.
Look at this. Don't give any names. My sister's arrested for shopping for food with no mask, and there's people walking around with no mask. Look at this. Just because my sister's not wearing a mask. Look at this. No, I was just saying it's not a part of the law to wear a mask. Look at this. Just for not wearing a mask. This is stupid. Look at this police over here not wearing a mask. I will record all of this. I don't care. Look, no mask. Look, there's more coppers coming. Look at this. Go. Arrest me. Go. Oh my God, look at this.
Well, and just for the record, I've been texting with my father during the broadcast. Now, as far as good relationship, that might come down to your definition of good, but I would term it that way. I don't know where it is. He deleted that channel. Wasn't that on Content Chaos, or is that still on TBE? I don't think Content Chaos is there anymore, EBT, and I'm sure I've downloaded that somewhere. I just don't know where it is.
Look at this. Look at this. I don't care. Look at this. 12-year-old. Look at this. Look at this! My brother on the floor for nothing! People sprayed a 12-year-old! Fuck off! Get on there! People sprayed a 12-year-old! Look at this! People sprayed a 12-year-old! Look at all of this. Look at this. No. I just killed my brother on the floor for nothing. Look at this. Look at this. And my sister on the floor for nothing. Look at this. This is harassment. They rocked up to my sister's house for nothing. Look at this. No, I don't have to.
Yes, you do.
Look at this. Look at my brother on the floor for nothing. pushing my 40-year-old sister, pushing my nephew, pushing my other sister. Look at this. For nothing. What happened? Pepper spray. What the hell? What, are you gonna push me? You're gonna arrest me?
Yeah. One more time you go in, I'll arrest you for here.
They pepper sprayed a 12-year-old and me. A 12-year-old. Thanks, it's okay. Just go. I'll get you out. Oh my God. Lawyers will love this. New South Wales Police. Yeah, they call themselves cops. 12-year-old.
Pues muy bien, la número 11. Y ahí va Canallas en esta. Si la hace bien puede ser, sale el arquero, revienta muy bien. Guarda que ahí se escapa el número 7, si la hace bien. Sí, puede ser, le pegó. Golazo de los Titanes. Estuvo ahí. La hizo muy bien.
Oh man, I couldn't help myself.
Well, look at the time. I'll try to keep this brief. After 28 years of peacock logos on much of what I own, it is my choice now to jump without a net into the great unknown, as I do for the first time in my 62 years. My biggest worry is for my country. The truth is, I'm not a liberal or a conservative. I'm an institutionalist. I believe in this place, and in my love of country, I yield to no one. But the darkness on the edge of town has spread to the main roads and highways and neighborhoods. It's now at the local bar and the bowling alley, at the school board and the grocery store. And it must be acknowledged and answered for. Grown men and women who swore an oath to our Constitution, elected by their constituents, possessing the kinds of college degrees I could only dream of, have decided to join the mob and become something they are not, while hoping we somehow forget who they were. They've decided to burn it all down with us inside. That should scare you to no end as much as it scares an aging volunteer fireman. To my coworkers, my love and thanks, and I say again, everyone I've worked with has made me better.
Hey, stop! That's enough!
All right, I'm on it, tribe. Just for the record, please don't hide, tribe. Oh, it's probably YouTube doing that then. You know, I think I might have accidentally switched the setting to, I don't know. I'm still figuring the YouTube thing out, so I don't fucking know what's going on. But, yeah, I don't think anybody's deleting your posts. It's probably YouTube. Yeah, all right, I don't know. Okay, I don't know what's going on. I have no idea. I'll try to sort it out at some point.
One sec. Democracy's calling. See you, Daddy. Bye.
Hi, my name is Cooper, and this is a day in my life as a White House intern.
We did a joke. Hey, everyone. Vogue.
Usually I start off with a big coffee.
Sorry, they're like really strict in here. Hey, Jenny. I booked you a nail appointment, love.
Yeah, I didn't tell you to do that.
It's called Initiative. Hi, White House. This is Cooper. I don't think so. Oh, doesn't matter.
This is actually the entrance to the West Wing. This is so fun, and it's really prestigious.
Hey, POTUS. Is Olivia Rodrigo still here?
No. We've come a long way in our fight against this virus. We've vaccinated 160 million Americans. Are you getting this all down?
Don't worry, Queen. It's all right here.
Cooper.
Sorry, Miss Jen. And Jen, don't forget to have fun. Spirit fingers, Mama.
No audio on this one. Strange.
One sec. Democracy's calling. See you, Daddy. Bye.
Hi, my name is Cooper, and this is a day in my life.
That's the short-term memory strikes again. Get it off the screen. Get it off the screen, sir. Yeah, even me, I can only take so much of that sort of thing. Oh, let's do some Benton yelling at people about the mask in at about a 0.16 blood alcohol content. But I got to turn the volume way fucking down for this because it's super loud.
That's what it says in the scripture. That's what it says in the scripture. Talking about anybody that offends these little ones. Oh yeah, here he comes. Anybody that offends these little ones. Anybody that offends these little ones. It would be better that a millstone was tied around their neck and they was tossed in the sea. It was better that a millstone was tied around their neck and they was tossed in the sea. Y'all didn't have to wear no mask growing up, but Little Rock School District, them little kids got to. Yep. You look like an idiot. 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 Take that shit off your face. It don't transmit outdoors, you fucking dummies. It don't transmit outdoors, you fucking dummies. Yeah. Oh, hey. Hey, record me all you want. I'm not breaking the law.
Thanks,
I'm not breaking the law, sir. I'm allowed to say what I want to say. If I want to call them dummies, I get to. You know why? Because we're Americans. Move to Russia, move to China, where they're not free. In America, I get to express myself whether you like it or not. By the way, what y'all can't see on the recording is he at least took the shit off his face.
No, I was shit-faced, Gary.
Face now. See, before he had his face covered. Before he had his face covered. I record everything, Jack. That's my right as an American. Somebody don't like it, too bad. But I'm going to tell you this. If y'all catch me slipping, good luck, because I'm smart like a lawyer, Jack. And hey, I would love for you to violate my rights. You know why? Because that's a paycheck. But you're not that dumb, are you? You're not that dumb, are you?
Repercussions if they...
Oh, man. No kidding.
It don't transmit outdoors, y'all. You're not doing nothing but looking dumb with your faces covered. You look like a bunch of idiots with your faces covered. Can't nobody get COVID out of doors. Take that shit off your face. You look like a bunch of dummies. You look like a bunch of dummies.
Repercussions if they don't
have
it.
Man.
If you don't want to go in, you don't have to.
What if they do?
Hey, y'all can wear a mask all you want. Y'all look dumb as hell. I don't care. Think whatever you're going to think. You look dumb as hell. With a mask on. With a mask on. Come on now. You look dumb as hell with a mask on.
Repercussions if they don't have a mask.
If you don't want to go in, you don't have to.
I wonder where there's longer versions of these somewhere. I wonder where those are.
I'm not going to force anybody. I'm not putting masks on it.
Looking dumb as hell with a mask on. Looking dumb as hell with a mask on. They got the little kids in masks. Y'all know that mask don't do nothing. Hell, he got his nose out. Hey, if this mask did anything, it's ineffective. You got your nose out, partner. It ain't doing nothing. You got your nose out, buddy. You got your nose out. But I'm again these masks. I'm again these masks. And Little Rock School District got the little kids in masks. How you gonna force a little kid into a mask? It's evil force a little kid into a mask. Little Rock School District forcing little kids into masks is evil and it's wrong. Y'all grown. You can make your own decision. How you gonna force a little kid into a mask? It's sick. It's sick and it's evil.
If anybody wonders why I was drinking, by the way,
and if this is a
pretty
free
much why.
country, by God, if this is a free country, by God, then I can be out here in my bare face. So let me tell you, is this Soviet Russia? Is this Soviet Russia or is this America? You tell me. Hey, because if I'm not free, let me know. If I'm not free, let me know. If I'm in Soviet Russia, I'd like to know. Because they got the little kids in masks in the Little Rock School District, and I can't think of too many
that's the
things
police substation on the
more
left.
evil than putting a little kid in a mask. You think them little kids want to be in a mask? Hey, when he was a little kid, he wasn't in no mask. When that man right there was a little kid, he wasn't in no mask. When I was a little kid, I wasn't in no mask. But today, in Little Rock, Arkansas, the little kids in school is in a mask, and it's sick and it's depraved, and that's what child molesters like. Child molesters like when you can't tell one kid from another. Child molesters like to hide in public with their face covered, and you can't identify them. Well, guess what? Here's my face. You can see me everywhere I go, partner, because I'm not finna hide. You know why? Because I ain't trying to prey on no little kids in the Little Rock School District. But by God, today, in the Little Rock School District, they got them kids in masks. Let me know, did they rescind the fucking school mask mandate for little kids in this town? I don't think they did. We all out here with our bare faces.
God,
we all out here with our bare faces. And the little kids in the Little Rock School District in masks. You tell me how that's right. You know that's wrong, partner. You know that's wrong. Stand up like a man and say that shit is wrong. How you gonna make some little kids cover their faces? That shit is sick. How you gonna make a little kid in the Little Rock School District cover their face? I'm ashamed to be from this state. I'm from Pine Bluff, Arkansas, Jack, and I'm ashamed to be from this state because they got a mask mandate for the little kids in the Little Rock School District, and that shit is wrong. You can't make no little kid cover their face. I'm 46 years old, and when I was a little kid, didn't nobody try to tell me to cover my face? Didn't nobody try to tell me to cover my face when I was a little kid? But now it's 2022, and the little kids got to cover their faces. So the pedophiles can cover their faces and prey on the little kids. It don't transmit outdoors, ma'am. Ma'am, I don't know if you know this. It don't transmit outdoors, ma'am. You can't get COVID outdoors. The CDC done said that. So I understand there's people like the man with the Anaheim hat. They just don't want to show their face. That's fine, sir. But we know that mask don't do nothing. That mask ain't protecting nobody. You outdoors,
Yep.
Jack. Hey.
Yeah, 33 watching because 12 people that masked their children had to leave because it was like 45.
Not saving yourself. But by God, it's a COVID. By God, it's a COVID. Well, you know what? I'm a free American living in my home state, and if I don't want to cover my face, I'm not going to cover my face, and can't nobody make me. Meanwhile, I'm pretty, y'all. I'm pretty, y'all. Hey, if y'all was looking like this, y'all wouldn't cover your faces neither, now would you? No, you would not. But here I am in Little Rock, Arkansas, and oh yeah, how y'all doing? But here's the thing is, we here in Little Rock, Arkansas, and they making the little kids cover their faces in the schools, and it's wrong, and it's sick. And you know who loves that the kids got their faces covered? The pedophiles, because the pedophiles get to cover their faces, and they get to prey on the little kids, and the little kids got their faces covered now, don't they? Yes, they do. I want you to know you're in a city that requires the school kids to cover their faces, and it's sick. It's sick. Meanwhile, 2 years of a pandemic, and we all still here, Jack. Ain't none of us died. We're all still here. How is that possible in a deadly pandemic? You tell me. How can it be a deadly pandemic and we all still here? It don't make no sense. It don't make no sense.
Repercussions if they don't have a mask.
If you don't want to go in, you don't have
to. Exactly. What are you doing out here that you don't want me to be able to know who you are? Because I couldn't pick you out of a lineup. You could assault me, you could violate my rights, and if it came to a court case, I'd say, well, he had dark glasses and a piece of paper over his face. I really couldn't tell you who he was, but by God, you're not going to miss me now, are you? And I love freedom. And you know what? Freedom says you don't get to tell me what to do, Jack. Freedom says I get to do whatever in the hell I want as long as I ain't breaking the law, and I ain't breaking no law. I ain't trying to listen to you. I ain't trying to listen to you. I ain't infringing on nobody's rights, sir. Are you implying that I'm infringing on an American's rights? I didn't say you didn't. I told you to take it off. I didn't say you couldn't wear it. I didn't say you couldn't wear it. You can do whatever you want. You can write, I'm a fucking idiot on your forehead if you want to, and that's your right, by God. But when I see that mask, that's what I see, is I'm a fucking idiot. That's what I see. Meanwhile, it's 24 months of a pandemic, and you still overweight. So if you're worried about dying of a pandemic, guess who dies? People who weigh too much. Guess who got COVID, laid on the couch for 4 days and was totally fine? The man that weighs 155 pounds. See, if you was really scared of COVID, you wouldn't be 245 pounds.
So we got
you would, but you wouldn't. I can do whatever I want, man. I ain't in nobody's way. If somebody wants to turn right, they can turn right. I ain't seen nobody want to turn right. By the way, I got a CDL Class A. You know about this? You know about this trucker convoy? I'm a trucker, Jack. I'm a trucker, Jack. And they're talking about we appreciate the truckers. They don't appreciate the truckers. I drove 7 days a week all around the country for 6 straight months and didn't nobody appreciate me. And I took whatever you was trying to buy. I took it to the Walmart. I took it to the Costco. I took it to the BJ's. I took it to the Target. And didn't nobody appreciate what I was doing. But I appreciated my paycheck, by God. But I'm going to tell you this right now. I'm not going back to work. I'm not going back to work until I can be assured I ain't going to hear mask, I'm not going to hear temp check, I'm not going to hear COVID test, and I'm not going to hear vaccine, because I'm a free American, and I ain't got to do shit. And it ain't my job to protect y'all from COVID. If you get COVID and die, that is not my problem. I'm a free American. If y'all get COVID and die, sorry about your luck. I didn't know you anyway. But they got the little kids in the Little Rock School District forcing them to cover their faces. That shit is sick. I'm 46 years old. Didn't nobody ask me to cover my face when I was a little kid. It's wrong and it's sick. And the administrative pedophiles with their faces covered, they love it because they get to go in and diddle the little kids and can't nobody tell who they are because they got their faces covered. Pedophiles love being able to cover their faces. Pedophiles love the little kids having their faces covered. They love it because then they can victimize the little kids, see? And there can't nobody stop them. And the little kid says, well, actually, somebody touched me in the school. And they say, well, little Johnny, who touched you? And Johnny says, well, I'm not sure. He had his face covered because of COVID. So I'm not sure who touched me when I was a 3rd grader because I couldn't see their face. And it's sick. And you know they're preying on these little kids in the schools. You know they're preying on these little kids in the school. And it's sick. Only a sick person would tell a little kid to cover their face. Only a sick person would cover their face in the light of day. Everything I do in the light of day is righteous, y'all. Everything I do in the light of day is righteous, y'all, because God and everybody out here can see my face. I don't know who that is. Who is that? I don't know who that is. Who's that security guard? I don't know. If he assaulted me or did something to me, I couldn't testify against him. I don't know who he is. If that guy broke into my car, I couldn't testify against him because I can't see his face. I don't know who he is. But I'm out here. You can see me, Jack.
Well, I didn't do
and
anything but get drunk and
I'm not covering
arguably
my
make a
face
fool of
because
myself.
I don't
But
believe
you're welcome.
in that. That shit is wrong.
Repercussions if they don't have a mask.
If you
Man, that's a tough one. I'm glad all my synapses are burned out, or I might be upset. Yeah, I'm not down with the temp checks either. What else we got on here? Some of these, I don't know if I'm brave enough. In some of these folders, I don't know if I'm brave enough to go in without some sort of a heads up as to what it might be. A preview, as it were. What else we got? What else?
A few notes on the Jew. Jews are antisocial, destructive, intolerant, mean-spirited, deceitful, etc. They wish to destroy, ruin, kill, rob whoever gets in their way. To facilitate them getting what they want, they have developed a perverted, unnatural, destructive, evil lifestyle. Even though they live off of the non-Jews as parasites, they still hate them and wish to destroy them. Jews hate nature and the natural order because it's pure and beautiful, and also because it's bigger and stronger than they are, and they feel that they cannot fully control it. Nature's beauty and harmony stands in stark contrast to their squalidness and ugliness, and that makes them hate it all the more. Jews are destroyers. They are anti-humans. The anti-human Jew hates and wants to destroy all non-Jews. He will also destroy even other Jews who are less destructive and evil than he is if they get in his way. Apparently, the wickedness of the Jew is genetically based. Jews are destroyers. They are anti-humans. By the act of circumcision, the Jew shows his hatred towards nature and the natural order. By this bloody, cruel, senseless act, he shows his cruelty and sadism, and that he will stop at nothing to obtain his ends. Surely the Jews are also behind Islamic circumcision, which serves as an ideal cover and distraction from their own wickedness.
This is all wonderful news. It's time for the fucking U.S. to get their heads kicked in. It's time to finish off the U.S. once and for all. Fuck the U.S. I want to see the U.S. wiped out. I'm hoping for some kind of a 7-day in May scenario where the country will be taken over by the military. They'll close down all the synagogues, arrest all the Jews, execute hundreds of thousands of Jewish ringleaders, and, apologize to the Arabs, kill off all the Jews over there in the bandit state, of Israel. Yeah. I'm hoping for a totally new world. Democracy is just a lot of bullshit. It's just been a cover for the criminal nature of the United States of America. Death to President Bush, I say. Death to the United States. Fuck the United States. Fuck the Jews. The Jews are a criminal people. They mutilate their children. They're murderous, criminal, thieving, lying bastards. They made up the Holocaust. There's not a word of truth to it. They're the worst liars and bastards. All right. Now what goes around comes around.
Keep my email address, because I don't know how much longer the channel's going to be around. Take down my email.
This is a wonderful day. Fuck the United States. Cry, you crybabies. Whine, you bastards. Now your time is coming.
Repercussions.
Sure, it's one thing when Alex Jones goes, hey, it's in this document, they're going to declare us all terrorists. It's in there. And I get people wouldn't go look it up. They thought I made it up. Now it's all over the news. Oh, you're a terrorist. Screw you. You're the globalist terrorist. You're the Nazis, socialists, commies, authoritarians, whatever you want to call it, telling me, an American, that I'm not essential and that and another lockdown's coming and I've got to put up with it? And I've got to take an experimental shot, or I can't fly on an airplane, or I can't have a job? Fuck you. Fuck you. I got plenty of words for you, but at the end of the day, fuck you and your New World Order, and fuck the horse you rode in on, and all your shit. You people are criminals. And just because you get the whole media to gaslight us and
you deserve better. You deserve a government that's going to continue to say, get vaccinated. And you know what? If you don't want to get vaccinated, that's your choice. But don't think you can get on a plane or a train besides vaccinated people.
I'm not flying, by the way. This company thought I was going to fly in. I'm not getting on a motherfucking plane. Not after this bullshit.
Which we have always
not doing it.
And I'll be honest,
done.
You know, like I do, there's lots of people out there
same
who
musical
don't
The
agree with
Secret.
that. And the reality is, that's okay. We're in a democracy. People can make themselves heard. And that's part of why we need to have this moment for people to make that choice for the future. The counter to tyranny is democracy, is elections. And that's exactly what we're putting forward.
Repercussions if they don't have a mask.
If you don't want to go in, you don't have to.
What if they do?
I'm not going to force anybody. I'm not.
Was? Was willst du? Was willst du? Du kannst gar nichts machen, Junge. Du kannst gar nichts machen. Hast du nicht heute gelesen in der Zeitung? Ja? Da haben ein paar, 5 Mann, randalierende 5 Leute, haben eine Frau vom Fahrrad getreten. Haha. Letztes Mal auch, da haben die eine Frau, ja, in der U-Bahn-Station die Treppe runtergeschubst. Was willst du machen? Polizei? Die Polizei kann nichts machen. Die Polizei kommt, die macht eine Anzeige. Eure Gesetze kennen wir bereits. Die Polizei kommt, macht eine Anzeige, da wir sowieso kein Geld haben.
Yeah, I know. I'm such a boomer. There's a censored version of that on YouTube. I didn't realize it was the uncensored. So, and I was too fucking boomer and slow to get to the to turn it off. So by the time I got to the right window to stop it, it was too late. So nothing to be done now.
Wir sind als Flüchtlinge hier, ja, aber wir haben Anwälte, die
erzählen
uns alles, was hier so alles geht und was nicht geht. Ja, kann die Polizei nichts machen. Was für eine Strafe? Zurückschicken nach Hause? Geht auch nicht. Wie soll das denn gehen? Bei uns ist ein unsicheres Herkunftsland. Geht nicht. Ja, hey, das, was ich hier an Geld bekomme, jeden Monat, 328 €. Manche Kollegen sogar nebenbei ein bisschen arbeiten. Ja, zack, zack, zack.
I think he was with the cartel.
Ja, das verdiene ich in meiner Heimat nicht mal im Monat.
I was on I-10 in Arizona or New Mexico.
Ich habe mit euren Gesetzen nichts zu tun. Warum? Ich habe eine ganz andere Religion, eine ganz andere Mentalität, ganz andere Kultur. Eure Gesetze gelten doch gar nicht.
You can watch that whole encounter on YouTube, but it's censored, and I didn't realize I had the uncensored version. That's why I didn't catch it.
Das ist für euch gemacht. Ihr habt doch sowieso keine Eier. Eure Männer haben keine Eier. Eure Polizei können nichts machen. Ich kann die anspucken. Die können gar nichts machen. Ja? Ich kann hingehen, jemand hier kaputt schlagen, die können nichts machen. Ja? Was willst du machen? Was willst du machen? Du hast in dein ganz eigenes Land gar nichts zu sagen. Eure Politiker, ach, bla 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 bla, die reden. Wie kann das sein, dass du in deinem eigenen Land, ja, du hast die ganzen Jahre, bist du, keine Ahnung, wie alt geworden bist, gearbeitet. Jetzt musst du sogar Flaschen sammeln gehen, damit du klarkommst. Und eure Politiker reden, wollen alles besser machen. Ja? Die haben keine Eier. Die haben keine Eier, eure Leute. Jetzt sind die Wahlen, deutsche Bürger beschweren. Und dann ganz schnell alles vergessen.
Ich bin gekommen, ich gehe nicht mehr zurück. Egal was. Selbst wenn die sagen, Zeit ist zurückzugehen, ey, ich gehe anderes Land, andere Grenze. Komm noch mal rein. Ja? Du hast doch gesehen, Bundeswehrsoldat. Ja? Hat sogar Fingerabdruck gemacht, haben die nicht mal gemerkt, dass er Deutsch ist. Der ist Deutsch, hat keiner gemerkt. Ja? Was machen? Hm? Was wollt ihr machen? Wir scheißen auf eure Gesetze, wir scheißen auf eure Kultur, wir scheißen auf eure Mentalität, wir scheißen auf eure Polizei. Eure Richter haben keine Eier, ja? Wir packen eure Frauen an, ja? Wir machen, was wir wollen, schubsen, treten, spucken. Puh. Was wollt ihr machen? Was machen? Scheißegal. Ich bin gekommen, ich bleib hier. Frankreich schon vorbei, Belgien vorbei, Holland sowieso vorbei. Jetzt Deutschland.
Repercussions if they don't have a mask.
If you don't want to go in, you don't have to.
Well, I think this whole folder is probably off limits. So let's get up out of there. Crazy, man. Crazy, man. I got to think the algorithm already knows what that video is, so it probably didn't, interpret it as like somebody on a panel with a firearm. I think it knows what that video is. Musical is a secret. It's just, and I think we're in such a, I won't even say shadow band. It's just, they've got us herded over into this little corner. I don't think they're even that concerned about it, right? As long as it's not in the fucking thumbnail, right? Anybody checked in on the thumbnail? That would be the problem. The friggin' thumbnail.
So first of all, I can announce that by Friday the 15th of October, every single authorised worker that is on that authorised worker list, whether they be in Melbourne or in regional Victoria, will need to have had a dose of a COVID-19 vaccine. That is, if they want to continue working.
If there's people that don't want this mandatory vaccine, how do we manage it?
Well, then they won't be going to work.
Okay.
It's very, very simple. It's very simple. We want to open the place up. I'm not taking lectures on freedom from people who will hold all of us back.
Well, and real quick, the cop that lost his life, it reminds me of, there was a national news story when there was a bunch of cops who got sniped in Dallas, supposedly. I mean, or who knows what really happened, right? But if anybody remembers that story, and I was in Seattle at the time, and they covered the sniping of the police in Dallas. They covered it in whatever the free weekly paper is there, it's available all over town. I forget what it's called. And I tore off the front page of it. It had a picture of, people crying or whatever, the cops all crying about their, fallen brethren. And I got a big old piece of cardboard. And of course, as a homeless person in the streets, I always have a marker on me. So I wrote in real big letters, "Dead oppressor lives matter." And I got some tape and taped that picture to it, and I walked all around downtown Seattle, and eventually ended up having a conversation with a member of the Seattle PD about it. Actually, my whole point was, I can't, when somebody chooses to go into a dangerous line of work, I can't personally find it to be sad when they meet their untimely demise, right? Because they chose to go into a dangerous line of work, and to me it's not sad when somebody chooses to go into those jobs and then gets taken out as a result. I don't see how that's sad. Now, if they had a family and a children, that part of it's sad, but as far as that actual person losing their life, it's within the realm of expectation for a police officer, right? Seems like it.
Right? We want to be free. We're going to be free.
Oh, I'm not for it. I'm not calling for it, but certainly something that could happen.
We're going to be open. And the key to that is getting these vaccination numbers up and up and up.
Does that mean you don't have confidence in that 80% number anymore?
No, not at all. We've just got to get as many people vaccinated as possible. And it's not about the ultimate number.
But will there be exemptions? I know you've just said there's a lot of...
No, there'll be detailed consultations, and I'm not looking to exempt anyone. I think I'm in the business of encouraging, and where necessary, through orders signed by the Chief Health Officer, mandating people getting vaccinated where they pose a significant risk. There's too much at stake. You will need to be double vaxxed as an authorised worker. Even when after we get to 80% and the authorisations are no longer there, the mandate, the rule, the Chief Health Officer direction will stay in place, because cases will still be an issue then. But no, that's not the case. We're going to have a vaccinated economy, and we're going to lock some people out, because that is far better than locking everybody down. That's the decision that we've made, and I would appeal to people. These vaccines are safe and they work, so please go and get one. Acting on symptoms, getting tested as soon as you register those symptoms, is as important as it's ever been. Even with more cases, arguably, it's even more important that we map this and track it and trace it as hard as we can, and that all starts with people acting on their symptoms and getting tested as soon as they have that scratchy throat, a headache, fever. We know all of those symptoms. It's important to act on them, and to act on them quickly. There is a $450 payment available to you if you would be down a shift, if you wouldn't be able to work because you are isolating, waiting for your test results, and we have paid thousands of those, because it's more important to have people isolating, waiting for a test result, than it is to be working while you've got symptoms. That's how the virus...
Well, and for the record, in that particular video, that was a dangerous, violent felon who was most likely involved in cartel activities down near the border on I-10. I think in New Mexico, might have been Arizona. I've driven through there many times in the truck, but you know, we need to have. We can't just let America become a narco state necessarily, but it's just I can't find that to be a sad outcome personally.
Spreads. That's not our aim, not in any way. Can I also thank the 34,935 Victorians who received a vaccine dose yesterday? Now that means that we now have passed the 50% double dose, so we have 50.2% of the Victorian population aged 16 and over have had 2 doses of one of the COVID-19 vaccines, and some 80.9%, so just shy of 81%, have received a first dose. That makes us one of the most vaccinated places anywhere in the world, and I'm deeply grateful to everyone who's doing that. However, yesterday's case numbers...
Remember MLK. He tried to lead the way. But he was shot one day. In the early morning. It's alright. It's alright. It's okay. I see better days. Hey.
Agitprop.
Repercussions if they don't have a mask.
If you don't want to go in, you don't have to.
What if they do?
I'm not going to force anybody.
Yeah, pretty sure that was agitprop. And how you got an entire, I forget what that size of group is called, but how you got an entire group of just whites with a black woman like that? To me, that just doesn't even seem like something that would happen. Oh, anybody remember this guy?
You know, I had 5 different people tell me today that they're going to lose their jobs. Not because they are bad at their jobs or aren't qualified or anything like that. It's because they don't consent to a medical procedure. 5. And they don't know how they're going to pay their bills and feed their kids. And they don't know where they're going to get another job, because most are going to require the same thing that they don't consent to. So you've got millions of people now faced with getting a medical procedure they don't want, or lose your job. And where do you find another? Where's a nurse or a cop or a fireman or any of these tradespeople? Where do they get another job if this is what it's come to? What are they supposed to do?
Oh, thank you, Platoon. Yes.
What's the plan? What is your plan? Canada? Free, safe, loving, tolerant, open arms, we'll come give you a hug, Canada. We're going to take your job away if you don't consent to a medical procedure. And not a couple of people, millions of people. What's the plan? Where's the safety net for these people? What about the people that can't because of medical conditions, where their own doctors advise them not to do this because it would put them at risk? Well, the Prime Minister says do it anyway. He doesn't care. There is no plan. There's no safety net. There's no alternative. There's no safe space. There's just do this or go hungry. Lose everything. Lose your career, your home, your children, the future for your children. All of this is at stake now. This is abuse. This isn't about anyone's health. These people are being threatened. And they're in tears. Beside themselves with stress. Talking about killing themselves. These are just a few that I talk to. There's millions more. This country is creating a catastrophe because of mass hysteria. So what is the plan? What are you going to do with all of these people? Where are they supposed to go? How are they supposed to feed themselves? How are they supposed to take care of their kids? You're holding their lives hostage for a pharmaceutical company.
Yeah, I definitely can't show this. This is would be copyrighted, right? Bobby Fischer documentary. I don't know.
It's Friday night. Davy Croco is going live.
I got to figure out the shortcut keys for this thing.
It's Friday night. Davy Croco is going live. Another thrilling Friday. Twitter links, intense web scrutiny. Bringing the pain once again.
You know, Jim, I'd like to see the David Croco we saw the other night. Going after the chat, staying in the pocket, reading every comment, reacting, muting. This is the Davy Croco he's always wanted to be.
Will Davy Croco fold? Will his 8D premise make a showing? Tune in tonight to Croco Live.
No, I'm not going to stop reading the chat. You really don't run anything here, so let's not, try to act like you do or tell me to calm down or any of that stupid shit.
Repercussions if they don't have a mask.
If you don't want to go in, you don't have to.
Now I'm not wanting to just randomly click on stuff, so got a little gun shy there. What do we got here? That's not copyrighted in any way. Now, we played like the first half of that Croco D Live. I don't know. I don't even know where I'm not sure where that was now. Where was that? I'll find it. Oh, well, here you go. I got to go to the restroom. This'll.
I have seen the light. Rage against the dying of the light, and go not gently into that good night. That's a Shakespeare play, and that's what Rodney Dangerfield was talking about. Is this time that we're going through right now, in that 80s movie called Back to School, where he went back for his diploma or whatever. And I've come to understand what James True means when he says predator has become civilized. See, my dad made a joke once about the beer killing off his brain cells. He's like, yeah, but it only kills the slowest brain cells, so I actually get smarter when I drink beer. What the predator does. Kills the slowest, dumbest, fattest, weakest first. Or the oldest because they become weakest. Right? That's what a predator does. And overall, the herd, or the species, gets smarter, faster, more fit for survival. In this Darwinian evolution, survival of the fittest. Only the strong survive. Only the smart survive. There's the quick and the dead. And if you're so slow that you don't get it, that there is no COVID, then you need to go take 2 or 3 vaccines, because we need to get rid of these people that are obviously freeloaders. Society has obviously been bearing the weight of your dumb ass for a long time if you still don't get it. If you're that slow, the fact that we got rid of predator, and we now support the slowest, dumbest, fattest, most disabled, retarded, ill-equipped to survive, out of the kindness of our hearts, for so long that it's bogging down the species, we need a predator to come through and clean out, take out the trash. The slowest, the dumbest, the weakest. And that's what's happening right now. So my boy got up there, he was at a beard competition. And he got up there and he took his shot. He used his platform that he had, only for a couple minutes, to tell all those people how much he enjoyed seeing their faces without masks on them. Said something about freedom and USA. He took his shot. He might have been swinging with, T-Rex arms, but he took his shot. If it were me, I'd have said, fuck Fauci, fuck Moderna, fuck Pfizer, and fuck you. If you fall for this shit, you're part of the problem, and we're getting rid of people like you. And I would have aimed right between the eyes and kept pulling the trigger till they drug me off stage. Because I will rage against the dying of the light and not go gently into this good night. But the truth is, we need it. So don't get too heartbroken when you see that a lot of people got taken out by this, because those were the dumbest, slowest, weakest of the herd that needed to be thinned out. Because overall, we're getting slowed down. The parasite is going to kill the host, because there's the producers and the consumers, the composers and the decomposers. And those dumbasses that still don't get it, they deserve what they get. That's what James meant by predator has become civilized. About 10 minutes. Yep. That's what James True meant when he said predator has become civilized. And so don't get too brokenhearted when these people who fall for this shit, fall for this shit. In fact, maybe I'll get up on stage and say, hey, I think all y'all need to go take your vaccine immediately. So if you're dumb enough to listen to a guy like me, then you need to go take 2 or 3, and your boosters, and mask up, and do whatever else you're told. Because this civilized predator is thinning the herd, and we're all going to be better off for it. That is some cold-blooded love by father who doesn't care what the kids call him. You can call him a meanie and say, you're such a bully, you're such a meanie. He knows this is going to do you better. You need this. You need this tough love. And he'll take all the slings and arrows, let you say he's a big mean bully and a bad guy and all the rest. For your own good, he's going to give you the discipline you need. And in this process that we're going through right now, predator has become very civilized. And if you can see it for what it is, yeah, try and help some people that are on the fence to see it for what it is and not fall for the shit. But if they're still on the fence and they still don't get it, they need to go. They're part of the problem. We're done carrying their weight. If they're so slow mentally that they don't see by now, the numbers are out there. CDC said the influenza disappeared as soon as the COVID appeared. Anyone who's smart enough to think for themselves, and we have a choice. Everyone who says, well, I have no choice. We all have a choice. Just like back during the war on terror, well, they said either you're with us or you're with the terrorists, so I had no choice. You always had a choice, just like you have a choice right now. A lot of people say, well, they mandated it, I didn't have a choice. You always have a choice, all throughout life. And my bro Sean, who took his shot at the beard competition, he lost the beard competition, but he scored some points in life that matters a lot more than winning the beard competition. He is a legend in the mind of those people that agreed with him. I think he would have actually gotten the crowd to just go wild if he would have shot a little harder and kept shooting right between the eyes, even if only 10 people lit up so hard they made everyone need to get the vaccine. That's where I stand on Mormonism. First, let me recap. I kind of got off track and I was going to go somewhere else. Oh, the Mormons that once was pervasive. The spirit of the early Mormon settlers here, the one that led me to the understandings that I have, including why all those dragons are on the side of the Salt Lake County Courthouse, is almost non-existent in the go along to get along order followers that think obedience to the authority and become who they were, and they've lost it. They've since been inducted into the machinery of the Mormon church that's authorities are in lockstep with the national authorities when they do what is in alignment with the requests of their leaders and the authorities. We're getting rid of them. That's part of the thinning of the herd. If you can't think for yourself,
before the health issues, I think that might have been that one could have gone either way. But I think now where I'm at, probably he would carry the day. But who knows? Hard to say, right? But that's good stuff, Dow.
We don't need you. If you think there's safety in numbers...
I don't know. Does he still have a channel? It used to be Jeff Snyder, too. Is he still on YouTube?
I still have done for them what they can't do for themselves. And what's happening right now to our society in general is we are being, someone is doing for us what we can't do for ourselves, because we think that's cold-hearted. Cold-blooded love, tough love, is what we're all being shown right now. And
Thank you,
all that
Dal.
fear of it prevents you from becoming part of them. You know, the Illuminati, the ones who know more about this world than you and I do, that speak in symbolism and code, a language we don't understand but we're starting to clue into. But you can't do it from here. You got to do it out there in the 3D world and run headlong into those flames, like Truman did when they tried to stop him from getting outside the barrier wall with everything from, oh, there's nuclear radiation here, Truman, you got to go the other way. Yeah, there's a nuclear radiation fallout here. And then flames would come up across the road, and they'd do anything they could to stop him from breaching the barrier. What we've all been going through. So enjoy the ride. Know that on the other side of this, we are like the Trumans that get to work on both sides of the veil. That's what's coming. Childhood's end. Because it's like as above, so below. The family is the basic building block of society, but eventually every person from within the family goes and starts their own family. And a township, a bunch of townships create a city, and a bunch of cities create a state, and a bunch of states create a country, and a bunch of countries create a world government. And for us to go kicking and screaming and say, no, we don't want world government, one world government creates the basic building block of a larger cosmological society, an intergalactic federation. The world government of this planetary family unit would be the basic building block of an intergalactic federation. For us to go kicking and screaming and say, we don't want world government, is like a kid that doesn't want to get married. I want to stay single. I want to retain my individuality and my sovereignty. I don't want to get married. Childhood's end. It's time to get married. Start your own family. Build your own building block of a larger society. And in that way, our collective paradigm is going to get rewritten. And like the Trumans who thought they were in this little world, they're going to find out that little world you were in was a microcosm of the actual reality out there. That little spinning ball you thought you were on is not the real world. You're about to get introduced to the real world. We're not alone. We never have been. But in order for us to accept that, we got to get our slate wiped. Break me down, build me back up, do whatever it takes. You break me down, you build me up, believer, believer. My drive, my fight, my something, it came from pain. The point is we're getting broken down and then built back up like every initiation ritual does. Greg Braden told us about this, that at 0 point, awakening to 0 point, and beyond 0 point, the collective initiation. This is the collective initiation. We are like caterpillars that are going to get to go experience the world like butterflies. When that magnetic field reaches 0, it's like the cocoon opening up, and the whole kingdom of heaven is here to greet us into the larger world. It's a birthing process. This is joy. What's in alignment with our true nature, you experience joy. Birth is not a lot of fun, but there's a lot of joy because it's doing what's in alignment with your true...
Oh, hold up, man. Let me talk to you real quick, Mr. Nightmare Dystopia. Tony Hawk music.
Hang on, we're going too fast. Damn it! All right, let's start this over.
Oh, hold up, man. Let me talk to you real quick, Mr. Nightmare Dystopia. Tony Hawk music. This is Tony Hawk music. This is shorts and bowl cuts, bro. This is back when life was good for Benton. It was bowl cuts and jorts.
What's happening? Benton here.
I am an FBI agent.
NightmareDystopia.com. This is pirate radio for the zombie apocalypse. Thank you so much for joining me. Saturday, August 14th, 2021. This is episode 45.
But this is hell, and it's a nightmare dystopia. Why are we creating a nightmare dystopia? That's what I'm trying to figure out. And at this time, I more or less just believe that that's what this life... Now, obviously, it's a spiritual war, but in the context of the spiritual war, it seems to me like, you know, the main lesson I'm supposed to learn is, hey, dummy, you're creating a nightmare dystopia at a spiritual level. Why don't you just knock it the fuck off? And then that's the whole test. So, like now, can I just die and go somewhere else? please, but I'm not going to kill myself. Pretty please with sugar on top. Can I just go to whatever the next test is? If that is the test, and I finally, how many times have I come back here? How many times has my spirit been in this level of hell? Maybe this is the actual test, and I figured it out, okay? I think we're brainwashed to think, oh, you figured out that it's a nightmare dystopia, now it's your job to go fix it. There ain't no fixing a spiritual dystopia. You can't fix a nightmare dystopia. It's not possible.
You act like a little bitch right now.
You're not going to reform the system. The only thing that can be done is get the people. By the way, you can't convince masses. You can't convince masses.
Oh my. All you got to do is get the people. Get the people. Okay? Get the people.
The only thing that can be done is get the people. The only thing that can be done is get the people. By the way, you can't convince masses. You can't convince masses of people that, hey, we're actually all making this thing, and if we just knock it the fuck off, it'll just go away. You're not going to be able to convince people of that. That's it. I figured it out. I'm pretty sure that's the test. That's the main test anyway. And can I pretty please with sugar on top? Just get the fuck out of here. Thank you.
Whoa, man, that's some killer stuff there, boomer. Fucking soy cuck, libtard. I'm just gonna quit. I don't do nothing. I'm gonna be a fucking fed forever until these people just fucking kiss their ass goodbye. I'm a winner, 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 chicken dinner.
Repercussions if they don't have a mask.
If you don't want to go in, you don't have to.
Oh, sorry, I'm eating into the microphone. My bad. Hey, anybody want a panel? I think I'm about videoed out. I guess I have to delete this afterwards, so this is like the lost broadcast, right? Because of the accidentally showing the violence.
So I've been seeing a lot of trannies saying that straight men should date trans women more. So I've been seeing a lot of trannies saying that straight men should date trans women more often. But the funny thing about that is, I've been seeing a lot of trannies saying that straight men should date trans women more often. But the funny thing about that is, if you're a straight dude and you start dating a trans woman, you're no longer straight. You're dating a man, a mentally ill man. So not only are you a faggot, but your boyfriend is a retard.
Repercussions if they don't have a mask.
If you don't want to go in, you don't have to.
What if they do?
I'm not going to force any.
What? Games, they vegetarize you. See? Yeah. Drugs! Saying you're not mentally ill. For all I know, you're crazy as a loon.
Red roses too.
Ah. Right.
For me and you. To myself.
Of course not. You want to escape, right? That's very sane. It's great.
Repercussions if they don't have a mask.
If you don't want to go in, you don't have to.
What if they do?
I'm not going to.
Oh shit! Oh, hold up! Oh shit!
Repercussions if they don't have a mask.
If you don't want to go in, you don't have to.
What if they do? I'm not going to force anybody. I'm not putting masks on anybody. That's not my job. The order. So they can go in without the mask.
This is a county health department order.
Okay.
And a policy of the school.
Right.
That if
The word threw a party in the county jail. The prison band was there and they began to wail. The band was jumping and the joint began to swing. You should have heard a knocked out jailbird sing, let's rock. Everybody, let's rock. Everybody in whole cell block dancing to the jailhouse rock. Spider Murphy played the tenor saxophone. Sleepy Joe's blowing on the slide trombone. The drummer boy from Illinois went crash, boom, bang. The whole rhythm section was a purple gang. Let's rock. Everybody, let's rock. Everybody in whole cell block dancing to the jailhouse rock. Number 47 said to number 3, you're the cutest jailbird I ever did see. I sure would be delighted with your company. Come on and do the jailhouse rock with
Repercussions if they don't have a mask.
If you don't want to go in, you don't have to.
None of these videos are long enough. I'm trying to eat. Bear with me, folks. Oh shit, I found yet another folder. This is, I'm sure some of you have seen this. This has happened recently. Although this shows actually the benefit of people like EBT and Drew, because this is what happens when we don't have fathers in society. This is a little boy who's apparently been sassing his mom, so they had to bring in a former military man to discipline the child.
Doing like she crazy, cursing at her, telling her what you won't do. You won't clean your room. You won't do what you want to do, and you talk to your mother like that? Like you tough? Do you think you tough, little man? Talk to me like you talk to your mother. Talk to me. You think you're tough, don't you? Boss up on me. Cuss me out. Tell me you ain't gonna do what I say do. I dare you. I dare you. You ain't gonna do it to me? Why you do it to her? Why you talk to her disrespectfully? Why? Little boy, answer me. Why do you talk to your mother disrespectfully? You don't know why you do it. Today I'm going to help you find out why. And today it ends. Today it ends. Do you understand? You will not call your mother out of her name ever again.
Repercussions if they don't have a mask.
If you don't want to go in, you don't have to.
What if they do?
I'm not going to force anybody.
Repercussions if they don't have a mask.
If you don't want to go in, you don't have to.
Committed, I was locked away, and I remember the courtroom, and as she walked away, I had my head down as tears kept flooding my face, and I would never do the same if I was put in her place. The truth is, things never got back to their place, and I was hurt so bad like a slap to the face. I had to start life over.
repercussions if they don't have a mask. If you don't want to go in.
Can somebody help me understand that last one there? Is this what's going on in the minds of the youth here? Can we watch this again?
Repercussions if they don't have a mask.
Is this what TikTok is doing to people's minds? Any comments? I've been trying to figure that one out. And again, I don't use TikTok. I don't go on TikTok, but on occasion I just happen upon something like that. I think that was a YouTube short, actually. What is this? Apologies for the eating noises. If anybody wants to panel, feel free to come on up. Let's just do this, actually.
Goes to you, truth or dare. Have you ever kissed a girl? Nah, I don't. Oh,
If they don't have a mask. If you don't want to go in.
It's just bizarre. I mean, that people's minds. I understand the views thing. It's just bizarre to me that that's where people's minds are at. It's just strange.
It's not. No, there's always a ghostwriter, man.
Oh, Cecil.
Nova, you talking about?
To the channel.
Yeah, whatever her name is.
Yeah, I don't buy that her real name is Nova Rockefeller. That's clearly like an alias.
Bro. Okay. Sorry, my kid just shut my fucking light off. Okay, get into bed, hon. Good night. I love you. Say your prayers, please.
Yeah, let's.
There we go. Now I'm back in the light.
I mean, this is the funniest shit I ever seen in my life, man. I'm sorry, man. This is like.
No, like he did a collab with someone recently, didn't he?
Dude.
Like for America, and like he's not even American. He's fucking
Canadian.
West Coast. Yeah.
Oh, not Tom McDonald.
Yo, it sounds like he's saying.
Cecil loves it. Look at him. He fucking loves it. I don't even know what that means. I'm old, G-Spot. I'm 48 and I grew up in a time warp in Arkansas. I legitimately have no idea what you're talking about. I'd like to know though. Like that's what I'm saying. It's you know that generation gap is a real thing. Yes, Slave McDonald. I'm still waiting for the beans to be spilled on old Cecil.
He's Jeremiah. We're living out the biblical shit in real time.
Yeah, I probably don't.
Okay, so I've been trying to reach out to Andy Tardif, and he's just brushing me off like, Ben, I don't want anything to do with this. I don't want anything to do with this, right? Which everybody says.
Everybody says I want nothing to do with this. I'm angry. I can't deal with it. Don't tell me anything about it.
Whose video is
I'm
this?
like, Andy, and I'm like, this is me texting him. Andy, I know you're hesitant to hear about Hendrick and stuff. I'm certainly not asking you to do anything, but Craig Cooley and I and Steve Salamone have been working on a plan to break the stranglehold that the school's been under. I'd love to just see what you think. Friday, I said, no response, right? Friday, I said, ... when you get a chance, ... And this is him Friday morning. It sounds hopeful, Ben, and I appreciate the unintended compliment, but I want to stay from all things Hendrick and joyful or no. Right? I go, sure, I understand. Can I just get your take on the theological... So I'm trickstering him, right? Can I just get your take on a theological question? Not a Hendricken thing, which of course it is, right? So I sent him that article about how to correct a bishop correctly, right? Which sucks. And I say, I came across this article. At first, I thought it seemed okay, but I soon came to see that it's actually heretical. Brian Connors told me he likes this article. So then Friday night, he goes, oh no, I go, Andy, come on, give me a call. I swear I won't talk about Hendricken. A good theology chat, just 10 minutes to say hi. I really want to run something by you about sacramental theology, which is my underground church thing, right? Has to do with the motu proprio from Francis today, because I know he's got Latin Mass people in his family, so he's, this is a teaser. Just 10 minutes, buddy. Old Ben Thorpe, right? Yesterday, again, 9:27 a.m. Hey, Andy, let's have a quick talk, my old friend. Nothing about Hendricken. It's about moral theology, right? So I'm saying, like, you...
Oh, I forgot to check in on Paul. He's about to go live. So let's check that out. Maybe I'll go on the panel. I don't know what that was. What was that? What was that video? Ginger Ridge's brother sends him Tom McDonald's vids unironically, and I tell him that's Chet Hanks' Civil War propaganda music. Oh, does Chet Hanks write all that? That's funny. I don't know. He doesn't seem smart enough. I don't know. Anyway, go check out Proper Instruction Motivates People, if you're so inclined. So, especially now that I'm on some decent internet, I'll probably jump onto the panel if he drops the link over there. So, we're not open paneling. I think my sense of time is off since I went live later than normal. Oh, Chet Hanks is Tom McDonald. Okay, maybe he is. I don't know. I'm out of touch. All right, we're wrapping it up. If everybody wants to cruise over there, that all the Paul Enslaved fans. Man, I wish I'd seen this earlier. I wouldn't have had to eat my food in such haste. Right? What do y'all think? Should I take the stream down? All right. See you folks over there. Now I don't know how to end the screen.